Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the Friday session of this month's California Coastal Commission meeting. I'll call this meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Commissioner O'Malley?
Present.
Commissioner Hart?
Present.
Commissioner Jackson?
Present.
Commissioner Kelly?
Present.
Commissioner Kalmick?
Present.
Commissioner Nothoff?
Present.
Commissioner Preciado?
Present.
Commissioner Wilson?
Here.
Commissioner Brownfield?
Here.
Commissioner Williams?
Here.
And Chair Harmon.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. We'll go to the virtual meeting procedures, please.
Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission staff table just outside of the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Great, thank you very much. And now I will turn to Ms. Vaughn for agenda changes.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. We do have some changes to the posted agenda changes memo, and I will walk through those in order. Item 11A, a CDP application number 5-25-0620 for Newport Marina in Newport Beach, Orange County is moved to consent. There's a new addition, item 11C, CDP application 5-23-0237 for SCRRA in San Clemente is postponed. Item 12A, consistency certification number CC-0006-25 for Newport Marina in Newport Beach, Orange County is moved to consent. Item 14A, City of Carlsbad LCP amendment number LCP-6-CAR-26-0005-1, 2026 ADU update, time extension only, is moved to consent. And finally, item 15A, CDP application number 6-25-0505, San Diego Bayfair Thunderboats Unlimited in the City of San Diego County is moved to consent. And that concludes the agenda changes for today.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to public comment. Thanks, Galen.
Thank you. For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public presenting in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on phone by dialing *6. So first up, we have one individual in the room, Joe Hart, and then it looks like we have about 35 speakers on Zoom. So we'll start with Joe Hart, and then we'll move to Zoom for Adam Leverins and Robert Hall. Mr. Hart?
If you could please press the button on the microphone. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Hart with Shoreline Erosion Control Solutions. By chance, do you have the PowerPoint deck?
You could just hold on, sir, though.
So it's Shoreline Erosion Control Solutions here. Joe Hart. So there's been a lot of skepticism about alternative coastal protection solutions, which is completely justified. There's been a lot of concepts out there that have failed to deliver on promises and just frankly been kind of a nightmare. California really needs a proven solution. So Shoreline Erosion Control Solutions has our restorative hybrid infrastructure systems, and we've undergone rigorous testing with Army Corps of Engineering at AIRDIC, Texas A&M University, the Hart Institute, in addition to 4 years, 2 locations, pilots in South Texas. And we outperformed all conventional solutions in every tested category. And I say that, I genuinely mean that, and we'll back that up. Every tested category, and remained stable in 100-year storm conditions, delivered up to 99% wave attenuation, nearly eliminated scour, was a maximum of 3%, reduced overtopping, and reduced reflection, while allowing for the natural transfer of sand and sediment. Also, AIRDIC's Duncan Bryan has expressed his willingness to discuss all of these findings with your technical team, anyone from the Coastal Commission, for the full 10-week study that we did with them. So next slide, sorry. Next slide. So our dune and bluff systems are really what we see as, for California, as just a huge opportunity to protect and restore this coast, from the bluffs to the beaches to the roads that are failing. They're interlocking modules like this, precast marine grade concrete. We can make it, whatever.
Sir, please finish your thought. Your time's up. Thank you.
Time is up already? All right. Basically, we have a significantly smaller footprint. These things go right up, butt up to the back, to the bluff, to the roadside, fill them with sand, attenuate 99% of wave energy, and you can plant them, and they just turn into a beautiful sand dune.
Thank you. We also have the sheet that you brought us.
Understood.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for being
Thank you
here.
very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Moving to Zoom, we have Adam Leverins, Robert Hall, and then Diane Wolke. Adam Leverins, please go ahead. Mr. Leverance, you've been promoted to panelist. You should be able to unmute. Looks like you're unmuted, Mr. Leverance. Should be able to go ahead and speak. All right, we'll come back to Mr. Leverance. We're going to move on to Robert Hall. Robert Hall, you should be able to go ahead.
Thank you. I had a couple slides as well.
Give us one moment. Those are coming up right now.
Yes, thank you. Robert Hall here. Climate change is upon us as predicted, and now we're up against the plastic crisis. Bad news, officials and legislators aren't taking action. Every time I pass a school, park, or playground, another blanket of plastic turf is being rolled out. Just 100 feet from the coastal zone, Lowell High School in San Francisco got its second round of artificial turf, now guaranteed to shed microplastic into Lake Merced for another 10 years. Within the coastal zone sits the 9-year-old beach chalet soccer fields. The fields are splintering into tatters. Players carry the evidence home on their clothes and skin. I swept up this bucket full of microplastics in 10 minutes. San Francisco Rec Park says the field is scheduled for replacement in 2028, meaning they will soon be coming to the Coastal Commission for a permit. Or will they? Next slide, please. Rec Park considers any plastic field replacement project routine maintenance, like this one that resides over the West Side Water Basin. No public input was allowed for this $4 million plastic makeover. Once the plastic starts, it never stops. We know the beach chalet fields contain PFAS because Rec Park officials admitted it in emails we obtained. We know they contain phthalates, fire retardants, and UV chemicals. Records obtained from SFPUC show this field tested for high levels of antimony, chromium, copper, nickel, and zinc in 2024. Wastewater and stormwater treatment plants are not designed to remove most microplastics or destroy PFAS. These pollutants pass through the systems and end up in the Bay or ocean. SFPUC said they can't destroy PFAS, and they won't be adding expensive filters. The Coastal Commission's job is to protect coastal waters and marine life. Please don't permit San Francisco Rec Park to surface these fields with more plastic. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We're going to go back to Adam Leverance. You should be able to go ahead.
You hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
I apologize for that. I have a couple slides if you could bring up, please. And also, I encourage all of you, don't get discouraged about the testimony at NOAA that's been recently. I mean, this too shall pass. Let's just keep at it. Anyway, I appreciate Commissioner Jackson on Wednesday asking for an update on the Newport mooring issue. I wanted to point out that Dr. Huckabridge said things were in the status quo. State Lands was working closely with the city, and there aren't changes occurring. There are changes occurring. I have a first slide, if you could put that up, please. I got an email from the city last week that they have not issued a liveaboard permit since September of 2024. Again, if my first slide could be put up, please.
Your slide is up, sir.
My slide labeled number 1 on the bottom of the page. And I'd appreciate my 15 seconds back if that's okay. So on the top of this, okay, thank you. There's an email from the city that they have not issued a liveaboard permit since September of 2024. Other speakers today will identify the specifics on that. And the problem with that is there are now 9 fewer households in Southern California that benefit from the same level of coastal access that someone who has many millions of dollars to buy a waterfront property would. This is a substantial change in access. I put up some Coastal Act provisions. Development, this meets the definition of development under the Coastal Act. These are structures. and there's a change in the density or intensity of use of the land. The city has continued this process under the radar for years, and it's getting worse. Section 30213 provides that lower cost visitor and recreational facilities should be encouraged and provided. The local coastal program seeks to ensure moorings as a form of low cost access to the harbor, yet the city is phasing out moorings and liveaboard permits. Next slide, please. Section 30224 is encouraging recreational boating, which moorings do. And then in the middle of the page, there's a 1993 memo from Peter Douglas talking about it's the Coastal Commission's requirement that CDP process be gone through changes on access levels. There's a 2013 CDP citing the same sort of thing. I saw you folks last year in Seal Beach requiring a CDP for parking fees. What the city is doing requires a CDP. State lands, that's not them. They don't do fees. This is you folks. Please help 9 households gain the coastal access they're lawfully entitled to. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on to Diane Wolke, followed by Anne Marie Stenton, and then Peter Kaz. Diane Wolke, please go ahead.
Yes, I too have slides. Good morning, Diane Wolke, Safe Healthy Playing Fields, Inc. Topgolf East Harbor Island is currently under public comment period by the San Diego Harbor Commission. According to the DEIR, you are the ultimate decision-making authority. We ask you to deny this highly polluting project, which only serves to make money for developers, while causing a great environmental damage to San Diego. The commission issued a letter in 2024 asking the project to be downsized, the view protected, and not to use fencing. These have all been ignored and the plastic and carbon footprint have exploded. Slide. Billed as a recreational project and using PC words such as nature-based solutions and native plants, this is a plastic-laden entertainment venue. The venue will contribute heavily to the microplastic and nanoplastic pollution, toxic leachate, additional toxic chemical and bacterial adsorption in the harbor, which is also directly across the highway from the international airport with jet fuel and aviation gas that will add to the toxic runoff. Slide. The project also poses a significant threat to multiple avian species. Topgolf's plans for 60 to 170-foot poles covered with plastic nylon covering and a death trap as well as a plastic polluter. Birds become entrapped, left dangling for hours before they can be rescued, and 2 more Topgolf entrapments have occurred in 2026. Slide. The project also poses a significant threat to endangered sea life and mammals. Slide, please. And again, slide. In Oceanside, the city is continuing to exploit their local coastal permit, installing plastic turf in a coastal EJSJ community. This project has 0 permeable surfacing, as does the vast majority of the community, contributing to the plastic pollution, climate change, and sea level rise. Slide. Some of you will also remember the Oceanside has 2 plastic playgrounds on the sand. Please keep, slide.
Thank you.
Please get rid of these playgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Anne Marie Stenton, followed by Peter Kaz, and then Bud Coomans. Anne Marie Stenton, Stenton, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Coastal Commissioners and staff. My name is Ann Stenton. I'm a lifelong boater and president of the Newport Marine Association in Newport Beach. The pictures you see here are from when my family and I recently spent 2 wonderful weeks sailing around the Channel Islands off of Oxnard on our 50-year-old sailboat. And it was a wonderful trip full of wildlife, time in the water. And my husband and I are teachers. And so we feel incredibly fortunate that we have the coastal access that we do that allows us to visit these beautiful Channel Islands. If you've never been, I strongly encourage a visit. It's well worth it. I know that trips like this would not be possible without this commission's hard work over the past 50 years, and hearing a lot of really positive testimony at the NOAA hearings earlier this week was just a powerful reminder that the vast majority of Californians recognize just how important the work of this commission is. So just a big shout out and a thank you. Next slide, please. Protecting our waters and coastal ecosystems and keeping them open to recreational boaters are really important aspects of the Coastal Act. But I come to you today really worried about the future of recreational boating throughout the state of California, not just in my local harbor. There are many boaters on a budget, like me and my family, up and down the coast, and our coastal access is 100% dependent upon affordable recreational boat storage. That's just the fact of it. We're seeing affordable boat storage significantly reduced with what seems to be an endless supply of arbitrary rate increases and policy changes that make recreational boating much more difficult, if not completely out of reach for people like me. A few recent examples include in Santa Barbara, we're seeing a seasonal free anchorage slated to become a paid mooring field that has traditionally served recreational boaters and fishermen. In Dana Point, we've seen rates increase by over 100% or more since 2021, forcing over 800 boaters to leave that harbor, with more yearly increases to come in the contract being negotiated right now. And then in Newport, I'll wrap it up real quick. In Newport Beach, city-owned mooring licenses have increased 34% just this year. And you heard recently that
Thank you.
the Harbor Department.
Thank you, Ms. Stanton. All right, moving on to Peter Kaz, and then I believe Bud Cummins and Patricia Cummins are sharing their Zoom, so we'll have Bud Cummins after that. Peter Kaz, please go ahead. Mr. Kaz, you've been promoted to a panelist. You should be able to unmute and speak. Mr. Kaz, can you hear us? All right, we're going to move on to Bud Cummins. Bud Cummins, please go ahead.
Okay, and video. So, am I there and everything's good?
Audio only.
Audio only. Start my video. Okay. All right, there I am. Good?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, and my slide is up. Good morning. I'm Bud Cummins, permitted liveaboard in Newport Harbor. On the top of this slide, as commissioners saw last month, shows City of Newport Harbor Code Title 17, which provides that the number of its highly regulated liveaboard permits shall not exceed 7% of the total number of offshore moorings. Newport liveaboards are not anchor outs or houseboats, as you may have seen depicted unfavorably in news items from other areas. The city's 51 liveaboards are highly regulated, where we have to be seaworthy, we're inspected, and we're registered. We have to be insurance that must be shown annually, naming the city, city council, and its boards and commissions as additional insureds. We're typically monitored by the city's harbor department multiple times daily, photographed, drones, and harbor patrols. The 51 permits offer perhaps the very last means of very affordable housing in coastal Orange County, and a mechanism providing to many who are less affluent and cannot afford multi-million-dollar waterfront homes here in Newport Beach. 51 permits are available, but recent public records request reveals only 44 in use. That's not allowing, 7 people to be housed here in Newport Harbor on their own with their own costs. The bottom of this slide shows a current city survey. It offers ending liveaboards as an option. It's becoming increasingly clear that the city is working hard to take away from this small, widely dispersed, and relatively low impact community. Since your last series of meetings, we've learned that since September of 2024, almost 2 years, the city has been and continues to withhold allowable and available permits, now stripping coastal access opportunities from at least 7 individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Cummins. We're going to circle back to Peter Kaz. If you can hear us, Mr. Kaz. Okay, still hearing nothing. We're going to move on to Patricia Cummins, Then we'll have Janet Rogers and then Michelle Kraus. Ms. Coomans, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Captain Patricia Coomans. I'm just gonna finish what my husband had written here, and then I have my own. So he left off, considering these things and the incredible housing crisis, the city ongoing efforts to surreptitiously taper off and then end Newport liveaboard's community warrants oversight at a higher level. This level of the Coastal Commission is the instance CDP being required for the city's wide-ranging plans to further gentrify coastal access will allow this commission to have a direct impact on affordable housing in your direct permitting jurisdiction. Please take this opportunity. Please exercise your authority. If there's nothing improper going on, the city should neither fear nor discourage your view. Thank you. And then I have a few things written since I have a little time here. I would like to talk about liveaboards. We are present when others are not. During storms and emergencies, liveaboards are often the first on the scene, helping secure loose boats, assisting individuals in the water, responding when immediate action is required. We have all, or a lot of us have saved people from drowning and have saved lives. Liveaboards have responded to serious incidents. There was a man who had a heart attack on a paddleboard. It was the liveaboards there. The helicopter crash, those police officers, when they went down, liveaboards were there half an hour before any rescue vehicles could come. There's also an issue of the California affordable housing crisis. My boat is 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, off-grid. It's beautiful. It's a wonderful house. And to think that I may not be allowed to stay on my own boat and live on it is just a sad thought. Many of us have made substantial financial decisions based on longstanding policies. When I chose to retire and board, I was informed that I could purchase a mooring and get the liveaboard permit. The city helped me through all this. I invested in good faith based on this understanding. Can I just have a minute?
Please just finish your thought.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Coomans. We're going to be moving on to Janet Rogers, followed by Michelle Kraus, and then Ann Cantrell. Ms. Rogers, please go ahead.
Okay. Waiting for my Zoom. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm Janet Rogers, co-chair of the Embarcadero Coalition in San Diego. 2 coastal commissioners recently walked the Embarcadero with me. Please join us. Get firsthand information about our public access problems. Why are the port and its partners allowed to take away our public access for years? Next slide. The Reading Club on the top floor of the Lanefield Intercontinental is a private exclusionary membership club. Their coastal permit required a rooftop bar and terrace for the public. Per the State Lands Commission, private memberships are typically not consistent with the public trust because they provide local benefit that is not water dependent. Next slide. The port lectures the public that they can't have membership activities since they are for locals. Stop them from doing the opposite with their partners. The port and the Intercontinental deny public access, create a private club, and the port takes a share of the revenue. How do you define corruption? Next slide. May 2025, the coastal staff notified the hotel that it was not compliant with its permit. The hotel did not comply, and your enforcement division issued a letter of violation March of 2026. No fines have been assessed. Looks like the club is still selling memberships. This theft of public space has been going on since 2021. What is the port telling them? Next slide. They need to recompense the public and become compliant. Just looking at the memberships, there could be over $3.8 million in ill-gotten gains. The port takes a share. Next slide. This is the second egregious violation. The port let Portside Pier take our public viewing deck for years. You fixed that. Take our walk along the Embarcadero and see the other problems. Please hold the hotel and the port accountable for violating their CDP and the public trust doctrine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Michelle Kraus, followed by Ann Cantrell, and then Christopher Bliss. Ms. Kraus, you should be able to go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Michelle Kraus, and I'm the president of Dana Point Harbor Youth Foundation. I'm speaking on behalf of our nonprofit and the many organizations we support regarding the planned removal of the last remaining boat hoist in Dana Point Harbor. Although operated by Dana Point Yacht Club, this hoist serves far more than DPYC members. The hoist directly supports our core operations by providing water access for junior and collegiate sailing programs, public education, outreach, and racing, as well as the necessary safety boats. The benefits reach well beyond Dana Point Harbor. The hoist enables our nonprofit to host junior regattas like the Terra North Americans, hold U.S. sailing instructor trainings, safe powerboat handling courses, and subsidized sailing clinics, all of which are open to the public. It is also vital for Sea Scouts and the sailing teams of SCRRA High School and UC Irvine. These activities bring sailors, coaches, visiting competitors, and their families from all over California. We also use the hoist for high-performance sailboats that provide young adults a pathway to continue sailing competitively after they age out of youth circuits. The hoist is more than local launching infrastructure. It supports a diverse network of public serving programs, making Dana Point Harbor a regional center for sailing education, competition, and recreation. All these opportunities ultimately depend on efficient and affordable access to the water. Many of our boats are specifically designed to be launched by a boat hoist. Without one, some of these boats will have no access to Dana Point Harbor, significantly reducing, or in some cases eliminating, our ability to provide these programs. We respectfully ask the Commission to ensure that the existing hoist remains available until an equivalent or improved hoist is operational, whether at its current location or another suitable location within the harbor, and that this access remain affordable to youth, nonprofit, and community programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to Ann Cantrell, followed by Christopher, and then Susan Bliss. Ms. Cantrell?
Yes, I am giving a presentation with Anna Christensen. Is it possible to promote her to finish the slide presentation?
Yes, give us one moment.
And were you saying that you are sharing the presentation with her, so we should bring up the presentation?
Yes, I see the presentation is up, and Anna Christensen needs to be promoted as a participant.
Yes, she's been promoted. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Ann Cantrell, Sierra Club Los Cerritos Wetlands Task Force, Long Beach. Missing in action, enforcement of laws protecting rookeries in Harry Bridges Memorial Park. As abuses pile up, pleas to decision makers have been ignored. Next slide, please. Snowy egrets and black-crowned night herons roost and nest in trees lining the park's walkway and parkway. Great blue herons live in the eucalyptus grove directly across the street. Colonial nesting birds depend on their rookery sites for security from predators and occupy them all year long. Rookeries enjoy ESHA status under the California Coastal Act, which is essential for the survival of coastal wading birds. Next slide. The park also provides access to calm, shallow water, essential to these wading birds who feed and forage on the shoreline. Next slide. Originally created as mitigation for development of public park space in downtown Long Beach, Harry Bridges now regularly hosts special events, such as music festivals that attract thousands of people multiple times a year. Next slide. The health and safety of adults, juveniles, fledgling, eggs, and nests are put at risk during special events by crowds, amplified sound, lighting, toxic emissions from porta potties and generators, vendor booths, rides, and barbed wire fencing and lights strung through the roosting trees. Anna will finish the presentation. Thank you.
Next slide. Due to the opening of the F&M amphitheater, abuses have multiplied as the rookery itself is now being used as a parking lot and a pickup drop-off site for shuttle bus patrons. Next slide. The city and the port are directly responsible for ensuring that the Coastal Act is being adhered to here. However, under Public Records Code 30819, the Coastal Commission can issue cease and desist orders and enforce any requirements of a certified local program or a port master plan under the following circumstances. One, the commission requests and the port, the local governing body or port decides to take action, does not take action in a timely manner, or when a alleged violation could cause significant damage to coastal resources, or if either one of these entities are a party to the violation. Next slide. Since 2019, when July 4th fireworks were launched directly below active nests in the rookery and multiple fledglings were killed, our task force has repeatedly insisted that the health of this rookery be considered when holding special events and that all laws protecting these birds be followed. We have reached out to city elected officials and staff, Port of Long Beach staff, and harbor commissioners. Because our previous and current events to engage these entities have not been successful, we are now appealing directly to the Coastal Commission to contact these responsible parties and request that appropriate action be taken to resolve this pattern of abuse, multiple-year pattern of abuse. We allege that these governing bodies are not enforcing their certified local program or the Port Master Plan and could also be parties to the violations, causing significant damage to coastal resources, specifically the rookeries in Harry Bridges Memorial Park. Please help us contact these entities. They're not taking these violations seriously. It's shocking. So we want to thank you. You see I'm wearing the t-shirt from the NOAA hearing. Thank you for all you do to
Thank you
protect
both.
us.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to another joint presentation of Christopher and Susan Bliss, followed by Samantha McDonald. Christopher and Susan?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, so I have a slide here to show. Thank you for all you do, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. The graph before you shows yearly mooring fees in 6 of the harbors in California that have moorings. The average yearly fee for 5 of these harbors is $947, not including Newport. At this time, Newport is already 69% higher than any other harbor in the whole state. When the city's proposed rate hikes are implemented, Newport will be 474% higher than anywhere else in the state. The proposed dramatic increase in Newport Harbor mooring fees is not simply a pricing issue, it's a coastal access issue. Moorings have historically provided the only affordable way for ordinary California boaters to have access to Newport Harbor. Raising the annual cost from approximately $1,600 to more than $7,200 would fundamentally change those who can afford that access. For many middle-income boaters, the message would be clear. Newport Harbor is reserved for only those wealthy enough to pay. Access for ordinary Californians can no longer afford is not meaningful public access. A fee increase of this magnitude effectively builds an economic wall around Newport Harbor. There may be no gate and no fence, but the result is the same. The public is being shut out of its own tidelands. Make no mistake, the powers that be in Newport Beach are hell-bent on forcing middle-class boaters out of the harbor. California's public tidelands should remain accessible for all Californians and not just be the exclusive domain of just the wealthy. I respectfully ask the Coastal Commission to see these proposed mooring increases for exactly what they are, a serious threat to equitable coastal access. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to Susan Bliss.
Yes, I submitted a 2-minute video for my comment. So if you could play that, I'd appreciate it.
Coming right up.
No.
No, that's not it. That's not the video.
Give us just one moment.
It's under my name, Susan Bliss.
Yes, we have it. Give us just one moment.
Okay, thank you.
Since I was boats and was my third sailing in the ocean. We were not rich, but managed to save enough money to buy a 32-foot wooden sailboat. The kids loved our time on the water. For the first 2 years, I kept the boat at a dock in Newport, but found that the monthly rent for a dock was like a luxury car payment that never ended and was just too expensive for us. Then I discovered an available mooring nearby. I went to the Newport Beach Harbor Department and they explained the procedures to acquire the mooring. I was told that after acquiring the mooring tackle and permit from the seller, the Harbor Department would then put the permit in my name. I figured that after the initial cost, the expense of keeping the boat would be manageable, and if I were to ever give up boating, I could recoup the cost when the permit was again transferred. Thousands of mooring users have followed these established and accepted city rules for decades without problems. Keeping a boat on a mooring comes with many challenges. Just accessing your mooring can be extremely difficult, and maintaining your boat without fresh water or electric power is challenging. But despite these challenges, the rewards are many. Now my kids are grown and my grandchildren are able to enjoy life on the water. Both kids learn to sail and have learned to love and respect the ocean. The moorings in Newport Harbor are the only affordable option for boating in Orange County and can provide life experiences that are rare and priceless for middle-class boaters and families. Please help save this invaluable California coastal resource.
Okay, and I believe they're done. Okay, thank you both. Moving on to Samantha McDonald, followed by Amber L. Howarth, and then Dr. Aziz Sharif. Ms. McDonald?
Hi, yes, Samantha McDonald, live aboard in Newport Beach. Dr. Huckleberry, I know that the SLC said there isn't any real big changes going on, but many things are changing in the harbor monthly that directly affect us. It's attempt to kill moorings by 1,000 cuts. And as Adam and others are going to say, and I've told, the city stopped issuing live aboard permits the past 2 years and told no one publicly. I want to say that again. The city stopped issuing legal live aboard permits for 2 years and told no one, not even the people who have been on the wait list for years begging for a spot. This is a lawful program that has given so many households access to recreation and employment on the coastline that they just couldn't otherwise. There are at least 9 potential households that are now empty in the coastal zone. Without changes to the city's municipal code, without public commission approval, without anything, the city harbor department just stopped doing something they're legally supposed to do. The CCC must tell the city to restart the live aboard program. There have been no changes that justify this stoppage. Even staff from the State Lands Commission were not aware, as they were told by the city that the city did not intend to eliminate live aboard use in Newport Harbor. The city has come back and said they are pausing as a result of the SLC comments, but this does not appear to be true. Please restore coastal access through this program immediately because so many households are waiting to have access like we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Amber L. Howarth, followed by Dr. Aziz Sharif, and then Morgan Plesanik. Amber
Hi,
L.
good morning.
Yep, please go ahead.
My name is Amber Howarth, and I live in Marin County. I'm speaking today because of the daily crisis that's unfolding at La Jolla Cove demands urgent statewide intervention. I volunteer with the Marine Mammal Center, and through my work, I know exactly what it takes to protect, rescue, and rehabilitate distressed marine life. Because of my background, the horrific videos that are circulating on social media showing tourists chasing, crowding, and harassing sea lions in La Jolla are deeply painful to watch. What people don't realize is that this intense human intervention directly leads to strandings. When tourists crowd a newborn pup for a selfie, the mother becomes terrified and flees into the water. This maternal separation leads to immediate pup abandonment and starvation. Under federal law, specifically 16 USC section 1362 of the Marine Mammal Protection Act, this disruption of nursing and breeding behaviors is a federal crime known as level B harassment. If this commission cannot find it within its mandate to protect the fundamental welfare of these animals, then I urge you to look at this through the lens of human safety. Sea lions are large, powerful wild predators. When crowds aggressively crowd a nursing mother or productive bull, they're creating a powder keg. By allowing unrestricted public access to these sensitive resting areas, you're inviting a severe life-altering animal attack. The city's reliance on passive signs and local park rangers is completely failing because rangers have zero federal enforcement authority under the MMPA. They can only take notes and refer crimes to NOAA, an agency with only 4 field officers covering the entire state of California. Relying entirely on an overstretched federal agency to police a daily tourist hotspot is a recipe for lawlessness. The Coastal Commission has the unique authority to bridge this enforcement gap. Section 3001.5 of the California Coastal Act mandates that maximizing public access must be consistent with sound resources conservation principles. Habitat protection areas with fragile species, sensitive dunes, or nesting sites may restrict public paths. Unrestricted access that causes federal wildlife harassment and human safety hazards violates your own founding statute. You must implement physical closures and full seasonal closures to keep the public at a safe distance. Please don't wait for predictable human tragedy to occur before you choose to actively manage this beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Dr. Aziz Sharif, followed by Morgan Plesanik, and then Lydia Ponce. Dr. Sharif.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Aziz Sharif, Executive Director of Wildlife Jewels. Through our EYES program and rescue crew, we conduct daily coastal monitoring, search, scout surveys, and seabird rescue response. Over the past 2 nesting seasons, Wildlife Jewels has completed more than 1,500 monitoring hours at Children's Pool. We have documented persistence, disturbance of federally protected western gulls and their chicks, wildlife feeding, and harassment of harbor seals protected under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. We have also witnessed injured seals lose rescue opportunities because crowding prevented them from hauling out onto the beach. At Children's Pool, there's no continuous on-site authorized wildlife management or enforcement presence. We monitor, document, and report, but these situations require action by authorities. Wildlife Jewels developed an evidence-based Children's Pool Western Gull Protection Plan, proposing seasonal protection areas, educational signage, and temporary protective buffers while maintaining public access. We respectfully ask the Commission to advance review, approvals, and implementation so these protections are in place before the 2027 nesting season. Beyond Children's Pool, we're documenting a devastating rise in fishing line and hook entanglements. During one survey alone, we documented 10 entangled cormorants at Point La Jolla, and additional entangled seabirds continue to be found on a daily basis, mostly in locations where rescue is not possible. We've also documented numerous instances of fishing activity within the marine protected areas, including sport fishing boats with multiple active lines and chumming. We continue to support a science-based natural resource management plan for the La Jolla coastline. These documented conditions demonstrate the urgent need for stronger coordinated wildlife protection at Children's Pool and along the La Jolla coastline. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Morgan Plesanik, followed by Lydia Ponce, and then Betty Maruto. Morgan Plesanik, please go ahead.
Hi. Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name's Morgan. I'm a San Diego local. I would like to show you a boat off of, I'm sorry, I have a stutter. Boat off of Point La Jolla. We We are unsure if it is inside of an MPA or directly on the line, but it is clearly in an active sea lion rookery with sea lions present around the boat. There is also a recent video of a boat towing what appears to be a dead sea lion, and these circumstances are unknown, but instances like that make it seem like La Jolla is entirely unregulated. And so to answer the question, why are the sea lions approaching the boats? People are feeding them and they're posting themselves feeding them. And these actions do not only have a safety concern for humans, but for the animals as well. So then that's when entanglements happen. So the fishing line, the gear, they create an ongoing threat in La Jolla. Animals can and do become entangled and seriously injured, sometimes requiring rescue by people who are already overwhelmed with all of these entanglements. We're also seeing sea lions with injuries involving gaffs, and these injuries are extremely concerning due to the amount of force that a gaff needs to penetrate that deep. And for those of you who do not know what a gaff is, it's a tool designed to penetrate and bring a fish onto your boat. So it's something that I'm concerned is intentionally placed in a sea lion. I've also personally witnessed the fishermen off of the Children's Pool seawall, a power boat in the La Jolla caves with snorkelers present, and spear fishermen in the marine protected area. So I'm asking for a dedicated, recurring enforcement presence in the La Jolla MPA from the Fish and Wildlife. Cal TIP is a very important tool, but many locals have rarely, if ever, seen state officers actively enforcing these waters. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Lydia Ponce, followed by Betty Maruto. Then we'll have a group presentation. Lydia Ponce.
Good morning, relatives. I am currently in Austin, Texas for the duration of the summer, but I will return in fall, and it's wonderful to be able to speak with you this morning as relatives as we are, and great respect and honor to defend and protect the oceans. If anyone's ever looking to see what the plans are for the future of Los Angeles, let alone, the state of California's coastal zone, take a look at the Gulf of Mexico. The Corpus Christi area is needing to desalinate their water. They need water. They're in a crisis, and they have 5 desalination plans proposed, and the contracts already have been assigned. In addition to that, they have Brownsville, big SpaceX, and I don't know if there's a virtual tour, and it is tremendous, and it is awful because the little sea baby tortoises are hatched there from April to September, but they don't care. They ignite these rockets and do what they will because, progress. I want to commend all of you and the 50 years for protecting, defending, and honoring something that 7 generations forward could enjoy. I myself grew up the first informative years in my life in La Jolla Cove, and I am totally team sea lion. People have no business trying to take a selfie, trying to get close, trying to feed them. Not to a buffalo, not to a sea lion, not to anything. We need to leave these relatives alone. And for me personally, I know, and I'm definitely bearing down a lot of prayer. I'm totally lifting everyone up because I know that it's 2 different bowls of fruit. You've got the federal fruit, you've got the state fruit, and we all enjoy a nice, delicious, cool summer fruit to share with our families and our friends and even our neighbors. So I just want to applaud you and celebrate you. And we got to look up to the sky. We got to not look down at our shoes. And we need to continue to be better relatives to our marine life family and to the ones on land. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Betty Maruto. You should be able to start your video.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak today. And first of all, thank you for all that you do to preserve and protect our amazing coastline. I strongly urge you to continue those efforts by supporting the Parkett proposed reservation and shuttle system for Point Lobos State Natural Reserve. My name is Betty Maruto, and I am a frequent visitor and steadfast supporter of Point Lobos. I'm a member of the Parket Steering Committee, a Point Lobos docent, and the president of the Point Lobos Foundation. It is a place that I love deeply, not just for the natural beauty, but also for the way it invites stillness, connection, and appreciation of our wild California coast. It is considered the crown jewel of the California state parks. But the problem is, Point Lobos is being loved to death. Thousands of visitors overfill the reserve daily, degrading the natural resources and creating serious safety issues. The Parket Plan will provide many solutions. First of all, improving the public safety by keeping visitors off Highway 1. It's become a very dangerous and unsafe situation for our visitors. It will also provide a comprehensive transportation system to bring visitors into the reserve daily and safely in a more balanced process. The project also provides both access for all while protecting and preserving the delicate coastal resources. Parket will ensure that public access will be available for future generations through careful planning and thoughtful management of the reserve. The status quo is not acceptable. So again, I strongly urge you to ensure these solutions are possible by supporting the Parket proposed reservation and shuttle system for Point Lobos State Natural Reserve. Keep your focus on the mission of preserving our beautiful coastline. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have a group presentation of Elena Tillman, Sunny Cha, Nathan Brenner, and then Robin Davidhoff. We're going to start with Elena Tillman.
Good morning, commissioners. Please go ahead and play my video. This is actually the PowerPoint. There should be a video as well.
I'll stop the timer.
We just would need, yeah.
Tillman, there's a video.
Just requesting the time back. Thank you so much.
Yes,
it is a 2-minute.
We'll restart at 2 minutes.
Okay. Oh, I think it's got sound and all of that as well. Just want to make sure.
The following footage was taken since our previous update to you in July. See if you can spot the sea lions in the mix. This was taken at 8 o'clock in the morning on a weekday prior to Rangers' arrival at 11 and close to the western staircase where the pups wait for their moms. This was also at 8 o'clock in the morning on a weekday and the afternoon. Cones were taken away from the stairs here. Meanwhile, pups on adjacent rocks are waiting for their mom's return. This is from the perspective of a volunteer docent who was holding crowds back while they awaited rescue team for this abandoned pup. Otherwise, the crowds were all over the pup. Nursing mothers attempt to haul out and reunite with their pups. People inadvertently get in the way of that and mating behaviors as seen here, as well as crowding large 800-pound bulls, which is commonplace at the Cove. Dogs are not allowed during daytime hours but are frequently seen as well. This man was seen harassing a sea lion during daytime hours as well. Many people ask, can't they go somewhere else? And this is the result of them trying to haul out in places other than the Cove. They get harassed there as well. And you've seen this video of a sea lion trying to rest at midnight at Point La Jolla adjacent to the Cove. Pups become malnourished when they're abandoned by their mothers, and rescues are few and far between. There have been several failed rescue attempts due to people flushing and crowding sea lion pups into the water. This family covered a deceased sea lion pup with sand while they were picnicking. So our asks remain simple. Cones and tape as needed on the beach, rangers on the beach, and trifold signage on the beach as needed to protect the pups. Thank you.
Thank you. Just turning it over to my colleague, Robin Davidoff. Thank you.
Robin Davidoff, go ahead.
Actually, the next speaker is Sunny Cha.
Okay, that's the order that we had. Ms. Cha?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Sunny Cha with the Sierra Club Seal Society. Next slide, please. La Jolla Cove is San Diego County's precious gem. Not only is this part of the only sea lion rookery on the coast, it's also close to the State Marine Reserve and home to a host of unique wildlife. However, we must remember that the cove is only 47 yards in length. TripAdvisor has voted the Cove to be the #1 beach in California. It currently attracts over 3 million tourists, and that number will only continue to grow. We ask the Coastal Commissioners to be proactive and take affirmative action with the city to protect beach access and the sea lions that make La Jolla their home. Next slide, please. These are just two of the hundreds of pictures we have to prove that the cove is not being adequately managed by the city. Here you can see the crowds around the sea lions forming a human wall, preventing access to haul out to rest. On the right, you can see 2 people petting a sea lion pup. Next slide, please. 2026 pupping season in La Jolla Cove seemed promising, but the small progress we made has stalled. 2 months into this year's pupping season in the Cove, we've had 21 births, 6 verified deaths, and 5 rescues deemed abandoned by SeaWorld Rescue. This is 43% pup mortality. After the deck was submitted to you, it was reported that we had another deceased pup, making the death count to 7. In comparison, Point La Jolla has only 6% mortality, with 35 births, 2 verified deaths, and 0 rescues. For context, NOAA cites that the expected mortality rate at 3 months is 25%. Also, several rescues were also unsuccessful due to overcrowding. I repeat that these existing protections for the pups are not yet effective. Thank you. Now I will turn over the presentation to Nathan Brenner.
Next slide, please. In June of 2026, the City of San Diego and the Sierra Club made a joint presentation to this commission concerning a management plan for La Jolla Cove. The City of San Diego's stated goal was to protect sea lion pups and reduce the risk of disturbance or abandonment. The city has not fulfilled its agreement to this commission. The city indicated rangers would be regularly stationed at the cove and on the beach to manage crowds. Rangers are rarely on the beach actively managing crowds and instead remain at the upper areas overlooking the Cove Beach. The use of cones and tape on the beach. Rangers rarely place cones on the beach and do not use combined cone and tape barriers to protect pups. Lifeguards have been actively undermining the use of cones and tape on the Cove Beach. A-frame signs on the beach. Rangers do not place the A-frame signs on the beach. The signs remain chained to the western stairwell. Cones on the western stairs when sea lions are present. Lifeguards have actively undermined the rangers and the docents' use of cones on the western stairs. Next slide, please. Interdepartmental conflicts between the City of San Diego lifeguards and rangers are causing a critical public safety and sea lion protection enforcement failure at the La Jolla Cove. While San Diego Rangers and Sierra Club docents are working together to implement agreed-upon management tools, city lifeguards consistently appear to be working against these efforts. Lifeguards are undermining city ranger authority and the educational messaging of volunteer docents by telling the public that the beach is entirely open and that visitors can go wherever they want. This conflicting messaging neutralizes the rangers' ability to manage the crowds and invalidates the educational outreach of the docents. We respectfully request the Coastal Commission confer with the City of San Diego to seek immediate lifeguard cooperation, ensuring a unified and lawful approach to wildlife and crowd management. Next slide, please, and I'll turn the presentation over to our chairperson, Robin Davidoff.
Hello, I'm Robin Davidoff and Sierra Club Seal Society Chair. On July 26, Mayor Todd Gloria and City Council President and La Jolla Council Member Joe LaCava made a joint statement saying visitors should enjoy these remarkable animals from a safe distance, obey posted signs, and follow instructions from city staff. On August 7th, Joe LaCava's newsletter said, I have I've been tireless in fighting for operational changes, including coning off portions of the sand at the cove. Since the city wants to protect the sea lions and cones and tape on the beach is a tool to separate visitors and wildlife, we have to ask why is the city failing to implement it? One reason given by Park and Rec is that cones and tape are implemented at the beach only as appropriate. As you've seen in the photos and videos, there are many times when cones and tape were appropriate. In fact, most days. Another reason is that there's an internal conflict between rangers and lifeguards as to how to manage the cove. Lifeguards often undermine the efforts of rangers and docents, and when Park and Rec was asked why cones and tape are not on the beach, they said that the lifeguards won't like it. Finally, there is a concern that cones and tape might end up in the ocean. The boundary could easily be adjusted as conditions change, or a more permanent rope could be installed in the area where sea lions rest and play, typically on the left side of the beach and cave. Clearly, these reasons are not hard to overcome. Next slide, please. With one more pup dying yesterday, we now ask the California Coastal Commission to instruct the city to move beyond excuses and toward action. Implement the protocol it agreed to in June. That means cones and tape around sea lion pups and rangers and A-frame signs on the beach to establish safe viewing distances. Insist that lifeguards and rangers work together to support and follow this same protocol. Another suggestion is to install cameras to deter bad behavior.
Thank you all. Next, we have Sherry Hasty, followed by Pamela Alejandra Galez Valdez, and then Tina Dickinson. Shara Hasty, you should be able to unmute and start your video. Ma'am, you should be able to unmute. There we go.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sherry Hasty, and I'm the Executive Director of Community Partnership for Youth. Our organization serves young people and families in Monterey County, including many who have historically faced barriers to accessing places like Point Lobos. I would like to talk about the access through an equity lens. I realize there's a public safety situation occurring, and that is important. One thing that has struck out to me in witnessing the situation is that unbridled, unmanaged access is actually limiting the ability for the families we serve who have multi-generational people in the car to visit. Small children, elderly, and mobility impaired people simply cannot make the miles-long walk along Highway 1 to get to the coast. They drive to Point Lobos in the hopes that they'll be able to visit, only to have to leave because their family members can't make the walk. Meaningful access means creating a system that is safe, affordable, understandable, and welcoming to everyone in our community. Unbridled access in this case is only affordable, none of the other benchmarks. Park-It has been intentionally designed with all people, including underserved communities, in mind. It includes opportunities for free access, publicized right on the reservations page, reservations release day of, so families who cannot plan months ahead can book a spontaneous visit, guaranteed entry with a reservation, and bilingual and non-web-based resources to make the system barrier-free. For the people we serve, experience in nature can be incredibly meaningful. Point Lobos is a public resource, and thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Next, we have Pamela Alejandra Galez Valdez. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you scroll down? Oh, it's next slide. Next slide. Please. Can we go back to the previous slide? That one. Good morning, Commission and everyone. If I come here today, it's because I have gone everywhere with no real results and I'm looking for hope. This is my educational work, teaching about topophilia and falling in love with our land and culture. I've successfully executed this and implemented it over a decade around the world and in our nation. You have known of the personal abuse that I have received. Next slide. Throughout the years by park rangers, next slide please, in La Jolla, and instead of finding support, I have received retaliation for my presentations here. We protect what we know. I teach about wildlife, nature, and historic preservation, and I come to you for protection. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. There, thank you. Here's an image of the proof of the harassment. I have received over 40 tickets for displaying art outside of a designated area. When Mr. William Dorset only got one ticket, behaved disorderly, and was arrested and won $500,000 from the city. And the whole case was dismissed. And now I'm looking for legal representation. Next slide. And all of those are the laws that you guys have violated against me, and which is why I'm in the condition that I am in right now. Here's an image of the day camp person they allowed to harass me since giving tickets has now been banned since Dorset's win. Next slide, please. I have reported the harassment and they don't even respond my texts or emails, and they ridicule me when I ask them for help. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. I don't know what that is. Next slide. Next slide. It's the one with pictures. There's a harassment from park rangers. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. What is going on with the slides? Next slide. Next slide. This I need the seconds back. I'm not on the right slide.
Thank you. Tina Dickinson, we need you to accept the promotion to panelist for you to be able to speak. There we go. And you should be able to go ahead. Tina Dickinson. You should be able to unmute.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. I am Tina Dickinson, resident of Cambria. I'm speaking this morning to give the Commission a heads up on a substantial and complex CDP item, that of the Cambria Community Services District's application for a regular CDP for its water reclamation facility. I understand this item will appear in your September meeting agenda. It is very large, substantial, and very complex. So that's the reason I'm giving you a heads up. The facility was originally built during a 6-month period in 2014 as an emergency water supply project to provide water to existing customers in extreme stages of drought. To date, the facility has not provided a drop of water to its customers. The district claimed it could produce 250 acre-feet per year during 6 months of drought, but it has failed to prove that capability. The project is being appealed to the Commission. There are 6 appellants, of which I am one. Commission staff has received multiple comments from the appellants and, of course, much from the applicant. And Commission staff has 12 years of history related to the thrice named project and its, excuse me, I had a problem here, and its numerous issues. Assuming this item will be in the Commission's September meeting agenda, if substantial issue is found by the Commission, I respectfully request that a separate de novo hearing be scheduled at a location that is within reasonable distance to Cambria, since all of the appellants reside in Cambria, and it would be a hardship for many of us to travel long distances. Thank you very much for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Okay, we have 3 more and then a few that we haven't been able to find. We're going to be starting with Leslie Honda, moving on to Melinda McNaughton, and then it looks like Peter Kaz has joined us. So Leslie Honda, you should be able to go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Honorable Commissioners and the general public, my name is Leslie Honda, the lead ornithologist for the San Diego Bird Alliance. We support the comments made by Wildlife Jewels and the Sierra Club Seal Society today. I want to reiterate that we are firmly against the City of San Diego spraying biocac on the La Jolla Cliffs, as the product's instructions state do not use by waterways, and the material safety data sheets of the 2 ingredients, BIT and sodium lauryl ethyl sulfate, are very toxic and harmful to aquatic life with long-lasting effects. As the proposed treatment area is over the globally recognized green IUCN marine protected area, the City of San Diego should not be introducing chemicals, as it may harm the delicate marine ecosystem. I've previously mentioned concerns regarding chemical absorption through eggshells, chemical transference into the water, and untested effects on young wildlife, which may be detrimental. We are also concerned as harmful surfactants may disrupt waterproofing of birds in the area, causing them to become waterlogged. Waterproofing is crucial to bird survival, and without it could mean death for a bird. Numerous birds use this area, including 2 federal delisted endangered species, 3 City of San Diego MSCP species, 7 birds of conservation concern, 2 IUCN near threatened species, 5 shorebirds of conservation concern, 3 tipping point species identified in the 2025 State of the Birds report. This area needs to be managed mindfully, as we risk losing biodiversity with mismanagement. Wildlife observations in La Jolla of animals tagged elsewhere confirms wildlife connectivity throughout Southern California, meaning what we do to wildlife in La Jolla may affect birds and marine mammals elsewhere. As wildlife face survival challenges with variable oceanic resources, notably with the looming Super El Nino, I urge the Coastal Commission to reject the City of San Diego's application to spray biocac, as we should be making things easier on wildlife, not more difficult. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Moving on to Melinda McNaughton, then Peter Kaz, and then we'll call a few names of folks we haven't been able to find. Melinda McNaughton, please go ahead.
Hi, wow, I completely agree with the previous speaker, Leslie. Dear Commissioners, I support wildfire fuel mitigation. I do not support poisoning an ecosystem in order to protect it. Glyphosate and other herbicides are being proposed for wildfire vegetation management in sensitive areas, including Tahoe and Tamales Bay, even though mechanical alternatives exist. Last year, the benchmark influential glyphosate safety paper was retracted after undisclosed Monsanto involvement and payments to its authors were exposed. This paper was used for decades to reassure the public about glyphosate's safety. The EPA's own Endangered Species Act evaluation found glyphosate likely to injure or kill 93% of federally listed endangered species. Independent research has also found evidence that ultra-low doses of glyphosate cause endocrine disruption, reproductive harm, genetic and multi-generational effects on humans. Small amounts are harmful. There is a simple practical problem. Herbicides don't remove fuel, they kill vegetation and create dried out fuel load. Mechanical and manual methods can reduce fuel without adding pesticides to our soil, water, and wildlife habitat. Many Californians are concerned that herbicide use has become normalized under integrative pest management and within government. But normal does not mean safe or necessary. We ask you to look critically at the pesticide industry's influence on these practices. As you consider the wildfire fuel load management, please distinguish between the need for fuel reduction and the methods used to accomplish it. Please protect our communities from wildfire without allowing herbicides to poison the sensitive ecosystems the Coastal Act asks you to protect. Both can be done and should be done. Do not allow herbicides to become part of wildfire fuel load management in California's coastal zone. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to Peter Kaz, followed by Michael Brandon, and then Kathleen Zvetnia. Peter Kaz, you should be able to go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioner. Sorry, I missed the vote earlier regarding the liveaboards for Newport Beach. On one of the on a liveaboard waiting list right now, And last month, after sensing a number of inconsistency in what the city has been telling people on the wait list, that the very limited number of permitters to live on their boat, it was revealed that for almost 2 years, the city has been withholding these permits. At this point, that's about 8 code allowed. Affordable housing that are being deprived of 24/7, 365 coastal access. We fear the city, having now found out, will try to expedite the change to the code, but the onslaught of drastic changes trying to alter to who has and does not have access apply to areas within the Coastal Commission retained permit jurisdiction. The city cannot do some of these things without your review and approval. If the many of us who apparently are not good enough to be welcome to both to the public water around Newport, or to have our access transition to those more affluent or connected. That's your decision to make, not the city alone. And as these things would be considered, various provisions of this Coastal Act are their guide. One of these being section 30105.5, addressing cumulative impacts. At the bottom of this slide is just a partial list of the city action that appears by design to have cumulative impact escape notice. With the increasing harm of the recent city conduct through stakeholders are noticing disparities, deceptions, inequities, and discriminatory aspects of numerous city plans, including the city of Newport Beach being withholding lawfully available livable permits after September 2024. The city of Newport Beach advanced multi-revision to Harbor Code, targeting no-steers Coastal Commission. Thank you so much. Please help us with the livable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on to Michael Brandon and then Kathleen Zvetnia. Mr. Brandon.
Good morning, commissioners, staff, and esteemed Chair Harmon. I would like to thank Commissioner Jackson and Dr. Hucklebridge for inquiring about the mooring situation in Newport Beach. I didn't realize just how many people would come out and speak about liveaboards today, but it just goes to show how appalled we are at the handling of Newport Beach's tidelands. It may seem like status quo in Newport Beach, but with all due respect, Newport Beach is slowly chipping away at coastal access right before your eyes. I'm not the first to point out that Newport Beach is withholding approximately 7 liveaboard mooring permits that are allowable by law. The withholding of liveaboard permits not only reduces coastal access, but goes against all of the affordable housing initiatives in California. I know of 5 young sailors that would love the opportunity to live aboard their vessels, but can't because Newport is refusing to issue these liveaboard permits. I know that the California Coastal Commission is waiting to see the outcome of state lands, but please don't be blind to the many ways that Newport Beach is reducing coastal access. State Lands has told us that they are not opposed to liveaboards in Newport Beach, especially how it is limited in scope and only allows navigable vessels. I implore you to send a formal letter to Newport Beach demanding that they issue available liveaboard permits. Not for my benefit, but for the approximately 7 potential families that would be able to enjoy our coastline in a truly special way. And with that, I cede the rest of my time. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. We have Kathleen Zvetina. We've been unable to promote you to a panelist, so give you the ability to speak. Should be able to unmute your microphone. All right, Kathy. We'll move on to a few folks that we have been unable to find. So if you hear your name, please raise your hand. We have Jared Stamper, Bradley Thomas, Amy Rowley, Eric Fletcher. Okay, we found Eric Fletcher, moving him in as a panelist. And when you can, please unmute your microphone and go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Eric Fletcher. First, I want to provide support in agreement with the presentations earlier from the SD SEAL Society, as well as Morgan and Dr. Ozzie Sharif and Leslie Honda. I'm here to give an update on the bluff spraying. I've been at the last two Coastal Commission meetings giving updates on that. Earlier in the month, La Jolla Parks and Beaches, or I apologize, in July, voted to oppose the bluff spraying. They're a management organization here in La Jolla. However, they do want to tie the bluff spraying to reopening the gate and bringing humans down on those protected bluffs. While I do support their decision to halt the bluff spraying as ineffective and dangerous to the animals as well as the kelp, I do not support them adding people down to the bluffs without any type of erosion controls or science. I want to give some insight into why there hasn't been success with the Rangers. One, they don't have authority to write tickets, but then also the members of the board that are very influential here in San Diego don't support the pinnipeds. And I want to read some things from emails. This is from the president, Ann Dines. Eric, I'm a relative neophyte on this subject and have no personal skin in the game. Do not swim there, but I fail to understand why 600 pinnipeds need to be accommodated in La Jolla Cove, creating pollution, odor, and conflict with human beings who live, swim, and visit there. Thanks to public policy, these pinnipeds are not endangered, so accommodating their choice of living in our cove seems like an unexamined compromise. I'm not saying that I understand what the process would be for getting them to choose a different place of living, but I do not understand why their selection is more important than the well-being of La Jolla coastline, which has been treasured by caring humans for more than 100 years. This type of attitude is pervasive, with other board members advocating spraying them with hoses, calling them an invasion, and saying send dogs down there to get rid of the pinnipeds. So until we address that type of attitude, we're going to continue to see videos like we did of the kid kicking the animals and the disruption down there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We aren't seeing any of the other speakers. I will note that we do have Emily Piatanesi from the, she's the mayor's office representative for the city of San Diego. She's on Zoom and available for questions about the sea lions, should you have any. There are no more speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you to the public for your testimony. So I will turn to the commission for comments, questions, and I'm going to begin with Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we talk about sea lions and moorings, I'd like to thank the city of Scotts Valley for hosting our August meeting, for making us feel so welcome. Before this trip, everything I knew about Santa Cruz came from watching The Lost Boys. I'd never been here before. But after being here for the last few days, I understand and feel why this place is so special to so many people. I want to give a huge shout out to and thank you to Linda Laughlin, the first smiling face we saw when we pulled in. On Tuesday, she immediately swept us up for a 3-hour tour, patiently answered 1,000 questions, numerous interruptions, and introduced us to the hardworking members of our Central Coast office. A highlight was our walk and talk tour of the UC Santa Cruz Coastal Marine Science Campus, an inspiring must-see example of collaboration with the California Coastal Commission to expand public access to the coast. It is truly an impressive place. Another big thank you to California Coastal Commission, former California Coastal Commissioner Chair and Rockstar County Supervisor Justin Cummings for rolling out the after-hours red carpet. Justin, you are, without a doubt, a man of the people and clearly at home among the folks you serve. Justin and Linda, we truly appreciate your warm hospitality. Your pride in the communities where you live and serve is palpable and truly infectious. I'm already looking forward to hopefully returning with my son during his college campus tour. As a parent, I would certainly take comfort in knowing that if he chooses Santa Cruz, he'll be part of a welcoming community with members of our commission staff family nearby. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you, Chair. I don't normally read some comments, but I'm just going to say that I'm beyond angry and fairly, quite honestly, just embarrassed to be a city of San Diego resident right now. So I'm going to read instead of kind of let myself off the hook here. Frankly, I'm sick and tired of the failure of the city to implement their previously proposed plan in a coordinated way between their own internal agencies, lifeguards and parks. California, it strikes me, is the fourth largest economy in the world. San Diego, the second largest city in California. And yet we're left with these issues persisting. I think being labeled the #1 beach in the US is surely resulting in considerable amounts of additional tourist dollars coming into the city that we could use to implement a coordinated, effective program. I regularly just personally see jet skis and other presence of lifeguards in this area, both in the water and on beach. And I do think for certainly we need additional ranger resources on the beach and near shore the waters are needed. And then I guess I'm left to sort of conclude that, where there's a will, there's a way. And I can only conclude there is no will on behalf of the city of San Diego to protect the wildlife and community in this area. I do know there are some limits to the role the commission can play here, but I'd like for us to push those limits to their greatest extent. And what I've seen through the videos and over the past month, and especially more recently, the information presented by Ms. Pluchinik with the feeding and possibly even the injuring with boat hooks and towing dead sea lions behind them. I'm at the point where I believe a partial closure is really the only way to deal with the issue until the city gets their program implementation figured out and investigate what's going on here. And I'm really sorry I have to be an advocate for that at this point. There are resources, and until there's a will, I think we have to go the extra mile and protect the coastal wildlife and the animals here. So I'm going to end with that, and I appreciate having the chair for a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Preciado.
I want to join in spirit and sentiment the discussion by Commissioner O'Malley regarding the seal predicament we're in the community of La Jolla. I think my inquiry was at last month's meeting the same question. Do we need some sort of reboot in the sense that maybe preserving the environment completely for a short amount of time while everyone gets policies and practices squared away may be an option that we can support and consider. I now want to turn to the Newport Beach moorings because this video that was shared by one of the members of the public brings to me other issues associated with the moorings that maybe have not been considered given all of the testimony we've received. First, I saw a video that suggests generational standing for what should be some sort of public use. And I wonder how much transition occurs or what limitations occur in these moorings. Are they available for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year? Are they in perpetuity? And as such, my inquiry is, are they truly public assets if they're only available to one family for generations? And so I'm introducing that as a hopefully not controversial topic, but another way of looking at these public facilities. The public's right to be there is, we are admonished at every opportunity to understand that the public, and I'm trying to understand what's public about them. And so I just wanted to add that. I know we will be in Newport Beach. I'm not intending to become the most unpopular commissioner when I visit Newport Beach. I'm just trying to understand how we reach points where a public asset can become a personal family asset. And maybe the criticism of the very high income families that are adjacent to these public areas is something they're not internalizing as a criticism for those who live in these moorings. Now, having said that, it doesn't change that these families have been there for a long time. It doesn't change that they've made decisions based on an ownership or an entitlement of ownership process. And so I don't want to take that away from this community. What I'm trying to understand is in the mooring and living on the coast, in the public realm, when does it stop being public when it becomes an entitlement to one family? A generational entitlement, it seems. So with that, through the chair, I just respectfully add that additional area of inquiry for all of us to consider. I think the Newport Beach moorings have been part of my life experience here on the commission since I joined. I don't know how further back they went to all of you, but I am interested in seeing how the idea of a liveaboard for 7 families who own a $50,000 to $100,000 asset could become a permanent asset for that family in perpetuity versus creating opportunities for the public to rent a boat, park the boat, leave it there for a few weeks, come back, and other ways of enjoying Newport Beach and other state lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nada.
Thank you. And again, thanks to the County of Santa Cruz for hosting us this week. It's been great to see the energy on the waterfront and the passion of the public here, whether it's protecting our ocean resources or defending California's coastal zone management program. I think the Central Coast is home to many of California's innovations in coastal and marine protection, and it's great to be here. I did want to some of the things we heard this morning from in general public comment involved some of our sister state agencies. So Morgan, I really appreciated your raising our awareness about some of the harassment going on, apparent harassment going on inside a marine protected area off of La Jolla. That is the jurisdiction of the California Fish and Wildlife Department, and I really urge you to bring this to their attention as well. I think that's the Coastal Commission is part of the California Natural Resources Agency. That's why we have a representative here from the agency who hopefully can bring these integrated issues to the attention of some of the other agencies as well. Also, that applies to some of the concerns we are hearing about Point Lobos. The California Parks Department is an integral manager there. The Coastal Commission has a role as we have a joint role in terms of access, but in terms of how we actually manage that place, we have the State Parks Department and we have Caltrans here that also is responsible for management of Highway 1 there. So I really do urge the public to make sure that their voices are heard in multiple of forums that have jurisdiction over these. Finally, I wanted to just share that the frustration that I share with the rest of my commissioners about this continued harassment at La Jolla Cove. Certainly the last time we heard about this, it was the beginning of pupping season. Things were looking hopeful that there was going to be more management. We walked, several of us walked to La Jolla Cove and saw rangers there. And we were hopeful that the pups would not have have a tough season. But I did want to share that here on the Central Coast, the city of Monterey at San Carlos Beach, when the sea lions are present there, the city closes the beach to people. And the sea lions are there and they do their pupping and then they leave. So there are different ways, there are certainly alternatives to managing this than to try and see the kind of chaos that we're seeing in La Jolla. So I really, I'm glad that the city of San Diego is on the line. I look forward to hearing how they're going to improve this situation. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. Just on the situation in Newport Harbor, I mean, my understanding is that these moorings are on some kind of a lease basis, and you know, the issue is that the cost of them is increasing, particularly as it relates to the slips from the homeowners. And I really do think it's an environmental justice and an access issue that these folks are gradually, apparently, being driven out. So I do think that maybe staff could respond. My understanding is they're either annual or biannual. I don't know if you know the answer to that.
I actually don't know the details of how the moorings work. We've been kind of, at least we've been tracking it a little bit higher level, so I don't know the details of that. We probably do have staff who do, but I think there's a lot of complications associated, and some of the issues were raised today. Those are issues that Newport, the city of Newport Beach and St. Lands are actively discussing and trying to work through, and there'll be a new proposal on how to move forward on the entire system, is my understanding. It's more comprehensive sometime next year. And my understanding, in addition, is that there will be public hearings. The city will be holding public hearings on any potential changes before next summer. So moving into that, into a proposal. So just wanted to add that.
Thanks so much. I think it's good that it's being seen as a statewide issue. It sounds like, if that's what you're saying.
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant more in Newport Harbor. They're looking. I mean, again, if you'll remember, part of the reason that we engaged on this issue was because of a potential unfairness between changing rates for the versus the folks who have docks. And so I think that issue, St. Lands agreed and pointed out to the city. They have acknowledged that and are looking at a more comprehensive solution within Newport Harbor, is my understanding, but we haven't directly engaged on what that looks like yet, what proposal the city may be bringing forward. So that's in discussion, and again, will be presented in public hearings, and there'll be a chance to provide feedback. That's my understanding.
And will the public hearings be in front of the commission, or it will be something we're advised about?
At the city, right, at the city level. So again, the city is going to be considering a new proposal. They understand that they need to solicit public input on that and have a series of public hearings to consider that whatever new proposal they'll be bringing forward, and they wouldn't be bringing it forward until next summer.
And would that come to the commission or to State Lands, the new
It's
proposal?
still unclear at this point.
Okay, so that's still being worked out. So I guess it might be helpful, just based on Commissioner Preciado's comments today, just have some clarity on, are these annual agreements, or how do they work? I think that would be an important thing to know. So thanks so much on that. My understanding is that there's someone available from the city to talk about the situation in La Jolla Cove.
And through the chair, if I might just real quick respond a little bit, and then we can definitely bring on the representative of the mayor's office. I just wanted to comment a little bit on the La Jolla issue. I had the opportunity to meet with staff from the mayor's office, Emily Piatanesi, and staff from Joe LaCava's office a couple weeks ago, to start trying to, I think that figure out where to go next. They understand what a significant problem this is, and we talked about different ways to try to address some of the challenges. And so I want to, we're planning to meet staffs, and our staffs are going to meet sometime in the next week or two, I think, to open this discussion on the potential for issuing citations was one idea that came up. It's a challenge because, as you all know, we, the city, other entities are not able to enforce the Marine Mammal Protection Act. That is the sole jurisdiction of NOAA. And so it makes it challenging in certain respects how to approach that. How do we, how does the city, anyone approach some of these issues? Because it's challenging. So the mayor's office and Joe LaCava's office, and we all committed to work together to try to brainstorm ideas. So I just wanted to share that with you in advance. And then we can absolutely see if Emily wants to provide a few comments.
Yeah, that'd be great. I have to say I'm confused because I thought that we had made decisions regarding a much higher level of protections during the pupping season. And yet we're seeing this significant pup mentality. People there, the boy that was, I'm not sure if the case has been resolved, but arrested for kicking. I mean, it just seems like it's getting worse and worse since we've been hearing about it instead of better. What is the story with the pupping season closure?
Well, as you will remember, we, I think, had the joint presentation from the SEAL Society and the city, and they had agreed on a series of action items, which, as you saw, I think from their presentation today, at least from the SEAL Society's perspective, have been in some cases implemented, in some cases partially implemented, et cetera, et cetera. So those measures were implemented, but I think there continues to be a great deal of pressure, a great deal of tourism and folks, and it maybe is needing to be revamped or and the lifeguard issue, that's the first that I'd heard of that from the comment today. So that's something that we'll want to talk to the city about as well.
Yeah, I just keep coming back, and just one more comment that, they really need to be much more aggressive in their signage. You are under video surveillance. You will be prosecuted. No, clear, if you move cones, you will be prosecuted. If you, whatever. It's just completely out of control. And I know it really concerns you all, but how can we protect the natural resources of the coast? I mean, we're not doing our job here. So I'd love to hear from the city chair if that's.
Ms. Pietanesi.
Hello, thank you. Just to reintroduce myself, and apologies, I'm off camera. I'm a little under the weather today, but my name is Emily Pietanesi. I'm a senior policy advisor for Mayor Gloria. I oversee our community services branch, which includes our Parks and Recreation department. The city does take the Cove very seriously. We do take what the Sierra Club Seal Society said today very seriously. So we already do plan on having conversations with our lifeguard department to ensure that the lifeguard department and our Parks and Recreation department have the same messaging when they're at the Cove. We believe lifeguards, sole responsibility is focusing on the water and the safety of our patrons, but we need to ensure that when issues or incidents are happening at the Cove, that they have the exact same messaging as our Parks and Recreation department. So that's something we are absolutely actively working on to make sure that our leadership within our lifeguard department is, like I said, has the same messaging as Parks and Rec department. You mentioned the recent incident, and I kind of wanted to just speak on that. And Kate said it very clearly that the issue we've struggled with at the Cove is that we do not have the ability to enforce the Marine Mammal Protection Act, which is really the citation that needs to be given here. We have been talking to our own city attorney's office to see if there are any other city municipal codes or state municipal codes that we could cite. So that is an ongoing conversation that we are having with our city attorney's office to see if there's a different opportunity aside from the Marine Mammal Protection Act for us to start being able to give out citations to people who are at the Cove causing incidents. Specific to the recent incident of that individual who was kicking the sea lion, there was an announcement made yesterday from the federal government that a case will be moving forward with the court date. That individual did plead guilty. So we are following that very closely. And our police department is in direct communication with NOAA on that specific case. So we are tracking it very closely and making sure that we're getting updates as necessary. But we do take this very seriously. We are consistently evaluating different mitigation strategies that work at the Cove. As you know, this area is pretty constrained because of how small that it is. So making sure that we're ensuring coastal access and also preventing any incidents is something that has been challenging, but something that we have been, communicating on and trying our best to come up with solutions. So all of the things that have been mentioned here today, we will absolutely take back to the appropriate departments to evaluate and are constantly evaluating what other measures that we can use. But the enforcement piece is kind of the biggest next step that we've been working on with our city attorney's office. And Kate mentioned that we'll be meeting with coastal staff as well to discuss if there's any opportunities at the state. So, and we have been working very closely with Council District 1 as well.
Thanks so much. Ms. Pietanesi, I thought that the beach was meant to be closed completely during pupping season. It seems like that is the focus here, the mortality of the pups. Could you respond to that?
Sure, I'm happy to respond to that. There has not been a commitment to close the Cove either seasonally or year-round. So we have been focused on mitigation strategies at this location, but we have not made a commitment or have entertained the idea to close the Cove as of yet.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
I associate myself with all the comments from the board on what was just discussed. I want to echo the thanks to the communities that we were just visiting. I just want to say, we have our meetings and then they get out at certain times, and it allows us an opportunity to get into the places that we're staying at. And I just want to say Santa Cruz was very special, always is. It was just really surprising to me that it was just so lively, even considering, I just want to say the weather was not particularly warm here this time, usually is, but just so many nooks and crannies, beach parties, movies, outdoor movies, just the wave of humans, both local and tourist, was amazing, and the mix and how they were just going together. There's a boardwalk, there's the surfing areas, there's all the coves. It was just great. But the other part, I think, and I think was mentioned here by Commissioner Nodop, was I think I met so many people who knew so much about so many of the issues that we deal with, whether they were like younger people or elderly people, whether they were normies or weirdos or everybody in between. I mean, I'm just saying, it's just like whatever culture they're from. I met all kinds of interesting and fun people and from all walks of life. And they actually really were following a lot of the issues because they felt that it was important to their community. They felt it was relevant. And I just thought it was great. It's a good feeling to know that you're in a community that really is engaged, and it reflects on their welcoming their welcoming attitude for not just us but all Californians and tourists from abroad as well. And so I just want to thank Santa Cruz for really stepping up, really doing it. Thanks.
I couldn't agree more. That's a great note to end public comment on. With that, I'm going to suggest we take a brief break. Everyone, please be back at 11:10. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to continue on with the agenda, and that brings us to the administrative calendar. Ms. Vaughn.
Item 5 is the administrative calendar for today, which includes 2 South Coast District items for dock replacements in Newport Beach. Staff is not aware of any opposition to the administrative permits being reported today, and we are asking whether 4 or more commissioners object to the issuance of these administrative permits.
Thank you. Any ex partes? Any public comments?
5A and B.
One moment. No public comment.
Thank you. Do 4 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the administrative calendar? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. That brings us to those items removed from the regular calendar to consent.
The consent calendar, which there are no items for the consent calendar. So item 7 is the items removed from the regular calendar to the consent calendar. There are 4 items that we are recommending be moved from the consent calendar, and those include item 11A, CDP application number 5-25-0620 for Newport Marina in the city of Newport Beach, Orange County. Item 12A, consistency certification number CC-0006-25 for Newport Marina in the city of Newport Beach, Orange County. Item 14A, City of Carlsbad LCP Amendment Number LCP-6-CAR-26-0005-1, 2026 ADU Update Time Extension Only. And item 15A, CDP Application Number 6-25-0505, San Diego Bayfair Thunderboats Unlimited in the City of San Diego, San Diego County. On item 15A, there is correspondence raising concerns about overuse of public parks and bays for entertainment purposes and the ongoing disturbance of wildlife during these events. Staff shared these concerns and are recommending conditions to require an offsetting public benefits plan to address conflicts with public use. Further, the staff recommendation includes requirements for monitoring for adverse effects on wildlife that includes an adaptive response plan. Since these issues are addressed by the staff recommendation and the applicant is in agreement with the recommendation, staff continues to recommend approval of the permit on consent. Regarding the other matters to be moved to the consent calendar today, those applicants are also in agreement with the staff recommendation, and we are not aware of any opposition. Thus, the staff recommends that the commission vote and approve this item.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any ex partes? Any public comments?
3 individuals available for questions only.
Great, thank you.
Move
all.
approval of consent agenda.
Second. Thank you. That's a motion by Commissioner Preciado, a second by Commissioner Kelly. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing no objections, the items removed from the regular calendar to consent are approved. Now we'll move on to item 8, please.
Can you repeat who the motion was by?
Commissioner Preciado, seconded by Kelly.
Thank you.
And item 8 is the Deputy Director's report for the South Coast District, Orange County. This report contains 4 waivers for residential projects in Seal Beach and San Clemente and 2 CDP time extensions. Staff is also reporting on an emergency CDP for shoring and steel plates to cover an unpermitted excavation at 35555 Camino Capistrano in San Clemente. A follow-up CDP will be required through the Commission. This is just a report out, and there is no action for the Commission to take on this emergency action. We are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers or time extensions in the Deputy Director's report.
Any ex partes? Any public comments?
None.
Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objections, the Commission concurs. Item 9A, please.
Thank you. So on item 9A, we have our analyst Vince Lee, who's going to do the staff presentation on that matter. We do have a staff PowerPoint, if you could bring that up. And Vin, as soon as you're ready, please begin.
Thank you very much, Carl. Good morning, Commissioners. Item 9A is the hearing for a local coastal program amendment by the City of Dana Point to modify various provisions of the city's certified IP to reconcile the city's currently adopted zoning regulations with the certified IP. Since certification of the city's LCP, the city adopted a number of zoning code amendments to address topics such as historic preservation, signage, landscaping, land uses, and development standards, parking and access, non-conforming uses and structures, definitions, and administrative procedures. The city states that many of those amendments were not submitted to the Commission at that time because the city considered them to be unrelated to coastal resources. However, because uncertified zoning code amendments are not effective within the coastal zone unless certified as part of the LCP, the city has prepared this comprehensive reconciliation amendment to bring the city's zoning code into alignment with the certified LCP. The proposed LCPA incorporates 18 previously uncertified city ordinances into one consolidated amendment package to reconcile the city's current zoning code as amended through 2019 with the certified IP. The city's proposed amendment is largely a cleanup of the certified IP intended to reconcile the city's currently adopted zoning regulations with the city's certified LCP. The proposed amendment includes clarifications to height measurement, revisions to accessory structure standards, adjustments to residential and mixed-use development standards, new definitions supporting housing and land use regulations, permit procedure updates, parking and access refinements, and regulation of special uses, such as wireless antennas, alcoholic beverage outlets, and allowable signage. In addition, several chapters include updates to support state housing law implementation and the city's general plan housing element. The majority of these changes are non-controversial, do not affect coastal resources, and are consistent with the certified land use plan. Next slide. However, several provisions require suggested modifications to ensure that the amended IP will continue to conform with and be adequate to carry out the certified LUP, as summarized on the slide here, such as adding a definition and references for the term future base flood elevation to ensure safety of new development in flood-prone areas, defining minor amendments to CDPs and creating a process consistent with the Coastal Act, protecting public beach access parking lots, and creating different allowances for minor expansions to non-conforming structures located in oceanfront and blufftop areas to ensure that non-conformities are corrected when an addition exceeds 10% of the existing square footage. The city is in agreement with suggested modifications 1 through 11, with the exception of suggested modification 7. Next slide. So suggested modification 7 changes the parking table in section 9.35080E, and the city had proposed to amend the table to add a requirement that covered parking spaces must be provided in a garage for duplexes on lots less than 50 feet wide and detached single-family residences. Because the parking table applies citywide, including the coastal zone, of particular concern is the amendment's broad applicability and the effect of such development in parts of the city, such as Beach Road, which are subject to coastal hazards and require special consideration. For context, the Commission has reviewed several applications for new single-family homes and duplexes along Beach Road in recent years and has made findings regarding the hazards associated with enclosed garages and breakaway wall panels in the floodplain area and the impacts to the coastal environment and the public beach and shoreline. The Commission, through de novo permits upon appeal, has required that new development along Beach Road provide a carport free of obstructions in lieu of a garage enclosed with breakaway wall panels to avoid safety hazards for the public using the shoreline and to avoid significant cumulative marine debris caused by the repetitive loss that will occur during storm events and high tides when the breakaway walls and garage doors are exposed to wave action. These requirements have been consistent with the current certified parking table. The current certified language does not include the term garage for these development types and instead references covered stalls, which allows for development of a carport along Beach Road, but could allow for a garage in other areas of the city. The suggested modification removes the city's proposal to add the term garage. This modification is necessary for consistency with LUP policies that require development to be safe from hazards and safe public access to the shoreline. The city submitted correspondence clarifying its plan to amend the development standards specific for new structures along Beach Road, including the allowances for carports and/or garages, as well as view corridors and safety from sea level rise as part of a separate LCP amendment by June of next year. The Commission staff supports that effort. The city also requested to retain the term garage in the residential parking table in section 935080E and add a footnote specifying that only covered stalls would be required in coastal high hazard areas. However, staff believes that incorporating the city proposed footnote would introduce additional ambiguity into the IP, does not provide any requirement for a carport, and does not recommend incorporating this change at this time because the city will be pursuing an LCP amendment in the near future to address these development standards. And during that time, it can propose to include the term garage for all development types that are not present along Beach Road. Staff believes that maintaining the status quo for this parking table in the subject amendment allows time for the city to engage the local community in planning for a tailored and well-developed LCP amendment specific for Beach Road development standards, as well as sea level rise and coastal hazards. A comment letter was also received from the Capistrano Bay District supporting the city's position. Staff would note that the correspondence and staff report addendum responding in detail to the request are published for this item on the website. The city also recommended several other edits to correct citations and numbering that staff has included as additional suggested modification number 12 on the addendum. Next slide, please. In closing, staff believes that the proposed amendment, if modified as recommended, will ensure that the IP is in conformance with and adequate to carry out provisions of the certified LUP. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission certify the LCP amendment request with staff suggested modifications. There are 2 motions to carry out staff's recommendation, which can be found on page 7 of the staff report, and this concludes staff presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I will turn to my colleagues and ask if there are any ex partes. Seeing no ex partes, I will open the public hearing and turn it to you, Galen.
Okay, it looks like we have 2 members of the public on Zoom, Jonathan Lightfoot and John Gabbard. And Jonathan Lightfoot, you've been promoted to a panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jonathan Lightfoot. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Dana Point.
Mr. Lightfoot,
First, I want to...
may I ask how much time you need for your presentation?
Oh, probably 2 minutes is going to be sufficient. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Please go ahead.
First, I wanted to thank Commission staff, including Vin and Amber, for their time and collaboration with us on the city side over the last several weeks, but really much longer than that to get this LCPA to the finish line. As he mentioned, this is a reconciliation effort to make sure that our policies and the certified language in the IP are aligned. Toward the end of the process, Commission staff did recommend a variety of new development standards related to the Beach Row neighborhood in the city. We understand that that's an area of concern. After further discussion, we agreed to separate that newly proposed language from this current effort. And we on the city side will be connecting with that Beach Road district and Commission staff to launch that new LCP effort. However, as Vin has mentioned, one suggested modification, number 7, originated from concerns about requiring garages on Beach Road. The Commission has recently required covered parking, such as a carport, instead of fully enclosed garages to address that hazard. The city supports the term covered parking instead of garage for this neighborhood, but that can be accomplished in a more targeted fashion by utilizing a footnote to delineate that development in the floodplain district requires covered parking, while allowing the city to continue to implement the term garage in non-flood hazard areas of the city, including those areas that are even outside of the coastal zone. I spoke with Commission staff last week about this recommendation, and they had responded that they did not think they could incorporate that change absent a letter from the Beach Road District representatives indicating their understanding and alignment. I was able to obtain and provide that support letter, which is in your communication materials. So simply, my ask is that you approve this item with a slight alteration to suggested modification number 7, which would leave the term garage in place for the non-flood hazard areas of the city, including outside of the coastal zone, but with a footnote caveat that addresses the term covered parking, if I could just have 10 seconds to wrap up, for the FP3 district, which is that coastal high hazard area of the floodplain overlay district. Thank you for helping us reach a reasonable solution on this one minor edit. We look forward to continuing to working with your staff over the coming months to address the particular nuances within that Beach Road community. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have John Gabbard. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Good to see you all again. I'm John Gabbard. I'm the Mayor of Dana Point. First, I want to thank the Commission staff for the collaboration with our city staff over the past several weeks. We appreciate the time you've invested in resolving the concerns of this amendment, and we support the overall recommendations before you today. The city's request to change is very narrow. We don't seek to alter the development standards for the Beach Road, and we're not asking the Commission to revisit the coastal hazard findings. In fact, the city is committed to initiating a separate LCP amendment process specifically focused on the Beach Road development standards with public outreach, planning commission hearings, city council consideration, and subsequently a review by this commission. Our concern is that the suggested modification extends far beyond Beach Road. The staff's recommendation argues that retaining the garage within the citywide parking tables will create confusion, and maintaining the term covered stalls is necessary for Beach Road projects. However, the practical result is that the modified parking requirement would apply citywide, including residential neighborhoods that are not in Beach Road, not within the FP3 flood hazard area, and in many cases, not within the coastal zone. The city's proposed footnote is intended to avoid exactly that outcome. Commission staff indicated that the term covered stalls is not defined and would create ambiguity. Ironically, accepting the proposed modification leaves us with that exact language. I have no concerns replacing the term covered stall with covered parking. It seems to be a simple resolution. The Commission staff recommends tabling this simple language change to the upcoming Beach Road LCPA process. However, that approach has great potential for confusion and an introduction of a topic citywide parking standard that otherwise would be very tailored to a discussion around the standards pertaining to the Beach Road property. The city's approach incorporating the covered parking as a via footnote in the I just have a few more seconds. Within the FP3 district directly achieves the coastal staff's sought achievement in the first place, allowing carport-like structures serving as covered parking in this neighborhood. The footnote approach also preserves the council's.
Thank you. That's the last speaker, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. With that, I will close the public hearing and return to our staff.
Thank you, through the chair. So the letter we received from the city had originally used the term covered stalls, not the term covered parking. We addressed that in our addendum. We do believe that the community and the city, as well as coastal staff, need an opportunity to work through that through a future LCP amendment to find which definition is most appropriate to resolve the issues to the parking table. We also believe that not incorporating the footnote at this time gives the city the option to allow that LCP amendment to play through the local process as it's needed. We are not recommending any change to our staff recommendation at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I will return to the commission. Comments, questions, or a motion?
I just wanted to say that I think the concept of having breakaway parking on Beach Road is one that is, important going forward as we're hearing. I think the new term I heard at this hearing was the Godzilla El Nino that we're looking at. The super El Nino, one of the headlines I saw today was Super El Nino is now super likely. In terms of process, it seems like the city and our staff agree on the outcome. It's just how you get there. And I'm glad to see that we agree on the outcome. I will, defer to staff that they can work with collaboratively with the city, because it seems like we're all trying to get to the same place. And I'm happy to make the motion if people are ready. Okay. I move that the commission reject implementation plan amendments LCP-5-DPT-22-0040-1 for the city of Dana Point as submitted.
Second.
And I'm asking for a yes vote.
Okay, that's a motion by Commissioner Notoff, a second by Commissioner Wilson. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Second motion, please.
Okay, I move that the commission certify implementation plan amendment number LCP-5-DPT-22-0040-1 if modified as suggested in this staff report. And I request a yes vote.
Thank you. That's a motion by Commissioner Notoff, a second by Commissioner Preciado. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll continue on to item 10A, please.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. And so on item 10A, there's also a staff PowerPoint, if we could bring that up. And Jeffrey Palm with our Long Beach office is doing the staff presentation on that matter. So Jeff, please begin when you're ready.
All right, good morning, commissioners. Item 10A is the substantial issue hearing of an appeal of a local CDP approved by the city of Laguna Beach for implementation of a one-year pilot parking program along Coast Highway. The applicant is the city of Laguna Beach, and the appellants are the Wood Coves Owners Association, represented by Paul Merritt, Rex Claytor, and Brian Mene. Next slide, please. The project site is along an approximately 3-mile stretch of Coast Highway between Ruby Street and 500 feet south of Vista del Sol, and extends up to 165 feet inland from the intersections between Coast Highway and 9th Streets outlined in blue on this slide in the city of Laguna Beach in Orange County. Public access to the coast exists at 6 key access points in the project vicinity, including Treasure Island Beach, Aliso Beach, West Street Beach, and Thousand Steps Beach. Next slide, please. The city-approved project is described as a pilot program for 1 year to implement parking regulations for public parking. The program would establish approximately 501 new delineated parking spaces along existing public streets where public parking is already allowed by painting space boundaries on the existing asphalt as outlined in blue on this slide. Of these, approximately 264 spaces will be designated as unmetered free public parking, and approximately 237 spaces will be designated as metered paid public parking for the 1-year program. In addition, approximately 79 existing metered paid public spaces within the project area will be repainted and will continue to remain without modification. The city also proposes to maintain existing vegetation within the public right-of-way by trimming overgrown shrubs only where they currently impede public access. Parking time restrictions will be in effect from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the 1-year pilot program. The project will establish a maximum parking duration of 5 hours for both paid and unpaid spaces. Time limits will not be enforced outside of these hours, so parking overnight will remain free. The project includes the installation of 22 new parking pay stations throughout the project site, which will match existing pay stations in Laguna Beach as shown on this slide. After the 1-year term, the city can reevaluate the effectiveness of the program, adjust the program if necessary, and approve a new permit to establish the program on a more permanent basis. Next slide, please. The appellant's contentions include: 1, the city incorrectly found the project to be categorically exempt under SCRRA sections 15301 and 15304, and the project requires a full environmental impact report and/or mitigated negative declaration. 2, public participation, noticing, and local review were deficient throughout the city's approval process. 3, the project misuses public funds, which should be directed towards alternative projects, including but not limited to public amenities, such as additional restrooms, construction of a new parking garage, and establishment of residential parking permits. And 4, the pilot parking program will result in parking enforcement issues, dangerous coast highway crossings, ticket traps, and new parking impacts in adjacent neighborhoods. The grounds for an appeal require an allegation that the development does not conform to the standards set forth in the certified LCP or the public access and recreation policies of the Coastal Act. The previously mentioned contentions do not raise any relevant LCP or Coastal Act consistency issues and are not a valid ground for appeal. The appellants additionally contend the pilot parking program violates a 2011 LCP amendment, which prohibits the establishment of preferential parking districts. The appellants assert that the city-approved pilot parking program, along with city parking permit programs that exempt permit holders from meter fees, operates as a de facto restricted residential parking zone. The city of Laguna Beach has some existing parking permit programs, such as the Laguna Beach Shopper Permit, which may be purchased from the city by residents to park at city meters for the posted amount of time without additional payment. Programs such as these, however, are existing, and the city did not approve any new programs through this action that are subject to this appeal. The installation of additional pay stations and delineation of parking spaces does not constitute a preferential parking district. The preferential parking district gives priority parking to residents with permits. In this case, the program does not offer priority parking to residents with a permit, as they have to abide by the same 5-hour time limits as the general public, and they are paying the fees by purchasing the permit ahead of time without paying an individual meter or pay station. The residents who live on these streets will compete for parking spaces along with the general public. Next slide, please. The appellants contend the project will negatively impact public access, which is protected by the Coastal Act. The appellants also contend the program will result in a loss of parking for residents and reduce the total number of spaces available in the area. Currently, the project along Coast Highway provides unmarked free curbside parking as shown on this slide, except for a limited number of existing single-space meters. There are no time restrictions along the unmarked curb segments. In some circumstances, converting free parking areas into paid parking near coastal access points could impede public access to the coast. In this case, users would be charged a rate of $3.95 per hour between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. for a maximum of 5 hours, while maintaining free, unrestricted overnight parking, and more than half of the spaces would remain free to the public. As a result, members of the public would still have access to free parking in this location, and the proposed 5-hour time restriction is designed to allow members of the public to access the coast while encouraging turnover. Although approximately half of the spaces would be converted into metered paid parking, the proposed rate provides a low-cost option for parking in close proximity to 6 coastal access points. The proposed hourly rate is comparable to or lower than rates charged in nearby coastal jurisdictions. Additionally, the city utilizes revenue from paid parking throughout the city to fund the city's free trolley service, shown on the top right image on this slide, which provides free transportation services to visitors and residents with connections to adjacent low-cost and free parking lots. According to the city, expenditures for trolley services are increasing by approximately 4 to 5% annually. Therefore, additional revenue is necessary in order to maintain the free services for both visitors and residents. The appellants also contend the program will result in a loss of parking for residents and reduce the total number of spaces available in the area by 63 spaces. However, the project area currently contains unmarked curbside parking. The proposed project does not remove existing parking within the project area, but rather establishes delineated parking spaces, and although there could be a loss of unregulated parking spaces, the project would provide approximately 501 code-compliant parking spaces to improve safe access. As such, the proposal does not constitute a reduction in the number of parking spaces, given the existing condition does not provide delineated spaces. Finally, the appellants contend the city did not demonstrate the project's compliance with ADA requirements. Commission staff contacted city staff for additional information regarding the city's analysis of dedicated accessible stalls. City staff clarified that there is no statutory or regulatory requirement mandating standard public on-street parallel parking spaces to feature dedicated accessible stalls pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act, Title 24 of the California Building Code, or Coastal Commission guidelines. City staff explained that although this particular project does not provide dedicated accessible stalls, the city maintains off-street parking lots equipped with designated ADA-compliant parking stalls, and access points such as Main Beach and Aliso Beach are equipped with accessible pathways for safe navigation to the sandy beach and shoreline. Additionally, the city clarified that pursuant to California Via Code Section 22511.5, any individual displaying a valid state-issued disabled person placard or license plate is authorized to park for an unlimited period of time and at no cost in any on-street metered space or parking stall, which would apply to the subject project. By establishing marked parking spaces throughout the project area, parking safety and accessibility will be improved. The proposed project does not change any existing conditions related to ADA accessibility. The subject pilot program is authorized only for a period of 1 year. Therefore, should the city find the program has any adverse impact on public access, the city may reevaluate ways to improve access in the project area before implementing any permanent solutions. As a result, the pilot parking program is intended to inform future management decisions to maintain and improve access within and adjacent to the project area, consistent with Coastal Act sections 30210 and 30214. Next slide, please. In closing, staff concurs with the findings made by the city and believes that the city provided adequate legal support for its decision to approve the subject project. Staff therefore recommends that the commission find no substantial issue with regard to the contentions on which the appeal has been filed. The motion to accomplish this can be found on page 5 of the staff report. Staff would like to note that an addendum was posted to the commission's website responding to correspondence that was received after publication of the staff report. The correspondence received is substantially the same as the issues raised in the subject appeals, and the addendum provides responses to additional contentions regarding loss of public parking spaces. Staff continue to recommend the commission find no substantial issue. This concludes the staff presentation, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Palm. All right. Are there any ex partes? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing, and I'll turn it over to you, Galen. Begin with the appellants, please.
You got it. We have 2 separate appellants. First up, Brian Meny, and then Paul Merritt.
Make it 3 minutes.
Brian Meny, you've been promoted to a panelist. You should be able to unmute and go ahead.
I am not getting a video. Okay, hold on a second. Can you see me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The reason we've appealed and want you to find substantial issue is because we have 1,000 steps accessway has never had or required an off-site parking lot planned or provided since 1985. Social media and city marketing has exploded the number of visitors from 1 million to 7.5 million in the last 41 years. There simply are not enough spaces for what exists today of 10,000 visitors per week to the 1,000 steps entry. I'm specifically speaking about 1,000 steps because we only have 79 spaces for 208 homes. Nothing has been added in 41 years. The hospital lot the city uses for a trolley parking stop, and it's 800 feet away. The city is required and coastal required to do off-site parking within 600 feet. Currently, the lot in the hospital is 800 feet. Therefore, there are no public uses for parking spaces other than our neighborhood and 8th, 9th, and 10th Avenue. The new signage, we need, therefore, public uses our neighborhood first before using this parking lot that is 800 feet away. The new signage, we need new signage at the hospital and at the top of 1,000 Steps accessway for free weekend holiday parking. We're not trying to stop this project. We're just saying open it up to substantial issue so we can get some conditions added. The replacement parking mitigation is required by the Laguna Beach Municipal Code on a 1-for-1 basis. If they're losing 51 spaces, 13 directly in front of our neighborhood, those should be replaced on a 1-to-1 basis. On my appeal, I showed a mitigation where you could pick up 45 spaces within a walking distance of a half mile to this beach. The city never quantified the existing parking spaces as a baseline or the 51 spaces that were lost to new parking uses. I ask that you find there is a substantial issue. We need a parking permit for, along with this pilot, call it a pilot residential parking permit for adjacent 8th, 9th, and 10th neighborhood because it's completely untenable. We can't deal with any more impacts next to us. I'll turn it over to Rex or Paul at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Many. Next, we have Paul Merritt. Mr. Merritt.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Paul Merritt, and for Rex Clater, Mr. Clater is disabled. The short of his story is very interesting. Mr. Clater filed within 3 days of the Planning Commission hearing a written objection that was entered by the city clerk and time-stamped. The city refused and never processed in any regard Mr. Clater's objections to the city, which means that this hearing today is premature, excuse me. Secondly, on my part, it's interesting to note that the approximate 11 blocks from Victoria Beach heading north on Coast Highway were penciled in at the last minute without staff input by a staff person who was then 2 weeks later terminated by the city of Laguna Beach. We find this highly suspicious and inappropriate that a staff member can add Coast Highway information at his desire as to where parking meters should or should not be located. Third, this is a huge project. It's over 530 parking meters. The city has created a guessing game as to which meters will be free and which will not be free, which will shove chaos into the local area and restrict those visitors who come to the beach and cannot afford the approximate extra $20 per day to park their car for the regular access to the beach. And fourth, you might find this very interesting as far as a large issue. We have contacts in Newport Beach and in Dana Point, and they are indicating that at the Coastal Commission affirmatively, without a de novo hearing on this matter, approves the Laguna Beach experimental parking that they will then apply to put several hundred new parking meters on their portion of Coast Highway. So commissioners, be forewarned, please, that this opens the Pandora's box to parking meters that residents, Claytor, Mena, and Merritt all object to. And finally, the parking meters themselves are inoperative, as staff has determined that the apps which link with the cell phone towers will not reach the meters. So even if the project is put in, it creates a meter trap. We hope you'll consider all of this and give us an open and fair hearing and correct Mr. Claytor's oversight where the city did not process.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt.
Thank you.
We have no public speakers, a number of individuals from Laguna Beach available for questions only.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. With that, I'll close the public hearing and see if our staff would like to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a few just really brief comments I'd like to make, and then I'll defer to my colleagues in the room. You heard some comments from Mr. Mena regarding the reduction of spaces, or a sort of reduction of spaces. I mentioned this briefly in my presentation, but I just want to clarify. Staff continue to believe that the project would not result in any reduction in spaces. Again, the project is proposing to delineate existing undelineated curbside public parking spaces. The city did quantify the number of legal spaces that can occur throughout the project area, and that number is consistent with the city's proposal. And so, although again, there could be a reduction in unregulated parking spaces, we need to look at the number of regulated spaces that can fit throughout the project area as the baseline, and there's no reduction from that number of legal delineated spaces. In addition to that, I just wanted to mention there were some comments from Mr. Merritt as it relates to the city's processing of a local appeal. The city is available online for questions, and I recommend deferring to the local government regarding their local approval process and processing of any local appeals. And then finally, I just want to mention there was a comment regarding a lack of cell phone service in the project area that would prohibit the ability of members of the public and residents to utilize the parking meters. Just want to clarify that those parking meters can accept multiple payment forms, including cash, credit card, or mobile. So if an individual didn't have cell service at the individual time, there are multiple forms of payment that can be accepted throughout the project area. Thank you, and I'll defer to the room for any additional comment.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Palm.
And if I could just add one additional point. So one of the speakers mentioned their reason for seeking the appeal and asking for a finding of substantial issue is desiring, at least if I understood his comments correctly, desiring a permit parking program, which a permit parking program is actually prohibited, which is essentially a preferential parking district, and that is banned in the LCP. The only way you couldn't change that through this action. The city would have to amend their LCP and then come back with a program, I just want to point that out. And that concludes my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I will return to the commission for comments, questions, or a motion. Okay, Vice Chair Hart.
I have a question and then I'll make a motion. I mean, frankly, this is kind of, there's a lot in the report and it's a little hard to get to the gist of what the appellants, but I think in essence, what they're saying is going to impact their parking, their parking availability for their homes. Could you respond to that? Or
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I think the concern is that it does set a new 5-hour time limit on parking availability on some of the residential streets that is applicable to both homeowners and members of the public.
Yeah, so I can understand their concern, but I feel that given that it's a 1-year pilot program, I think the city should be aware and on top of that particular issue, because certainly people should have a right to park by their house. I don't see that as a coastal act issue, but just something to note. So I'm happy to make the motion at this time. Just one sec. Move the commission determine that appeal number A-5-LGB-26-0014 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under Section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and ask for a yes vote.
Second, and if I could speak to my second.
Please.
Just, I mean, for me, it's just a reminder, parking in your neighborhood is not your parking. It is public parking no matter where you live, typically. Your parking is on your property. And so that's how it is in most places anyway. So that's just the way I look at it. So and I agree with staff at this pilot project. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Wilson. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, no substantial issue has been found. Thank you. We'll continue on to item 11B.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. And Willie Runagi with our Long Beach office, who's here next to me, is going to do the staff presentation. Go ahead, Willie.
Good morning, Commissioners. The next item is 11B. 11B is a coastal development permit 5250847 requested by the applicant Harmony Bridge LLC. The subject site is located at 16733 South Pacific Avenue in the Sunset Beach community of the city of Huntington Beach, Orange County. The city approved the project in concept on October 28, 2025. The Sunset Beach area has no certified LCP since its 2011 annexation by the city of Huntington Beach, so the commission is the permit issuing entity in Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act as the standard of review. Next slide, please. The application involves the demolition of an existing 18-foot high quadplex and its 4-car garage on a 3,600 square foot beachfront lot, and the construction of 2 new single-family residences in its place, each 30 feet high with an attached ADU and 2-car garage. The first unit of residence is approximately 2,260 square feet with a 432 square foot ADU. The second is approximately 4,993 square feet with a 398 square foot ADU. Site preparation includes approximately 420 cubic yards of over-excavation. The project maintains 4 total residential units equal to the existing quadplex, and each replacement ADU is larger than the smallest unit it replaces. Staff's recommendation includes Special Condition 1 requiring a 5-foot seaward setback at all levels. The applicant disagrees with this condition and instead proposes a 5-foot setback at the ground floor only, with a 0-foot setback on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Next slide, please. The project site currently includes unpermitted encroachment seaward of the property line, a wooden deck, fencing, brick hardscape, outdoor furniture, and non-native vegetation. Any non-exempt development in the coastal zone without a coastal development permit is a violation of the Coastal Act, and that is the case here. Next slide, please. The applicant has agreed to remove all of these encroachments on the public beach as part of this project, as seen on this slide. The applicant has also submitted a final dune landscaping plan to restore native dune vegetation on the site. Special Condition 5 requires full implementation of that plan. Next slide, please. The site sits on a low-lying strip between the Pacific Ocean and Huntington Harbor and is vulnerable to flooding from both directions. Sunset Beach is among the most sensitive areas in the state to sea level rise. Cosmos modeling shows the wide sandy beach here will narrow significantly over the proposed home's 75-year life. The home itself will be relatively safe from the seaward side. The public beach, however, will shrink. Next slide, please. As that beach continues to narrow, the public will be pushed closer to private development, and a clear boundary between public and private space becomes more important. That is part of the basis for staff's recommendation of a 5-foot setback at all levels, including balconies under Special Condition 1. The applicant disagrees and proposes a 5-foot setback at the ground floor with a 0-foot setback on the 2nd and 3rd floors, as seen here. Coastal Act policies require that oceanfront land suitable for recreational use be protected for that use. unless demand for it is already met elsewhere, and require protection of public access to the sandy beach. Without a clear line marking public land, the public tends to keep its distance from private structures, even where the sand itself is entirely public. That reduces the usable public beach, a problem that will only worsen as sea level rises and the beach narrows further. A 5-foot setback at every level ensures the practical boundary exists where the property line actually is, giving the private resident space to function without infringing on the public beach. Next slide, please. The Commission first required a 5-foot seaward setback in Sunset Beach in 2018 in 2 permits, CDP 517-0678 and CDP 517-0680. Because those were the first applications subject to this requirement, the Commission granted a one-time exception permitting a 0-foot setback on the 2nd and 3rd floors and maintaining a 5-foot setback on the ground floor. At the same hearing, the Commission made findings that this exception would not be extended to future applications and that a 5-foot setback at all levels would be the guidance for beachfront development in Sunset Beach going forward. The Commission also noted that 5 feet should be treated as a minimum, not a fixed standard, and that a greater setback may be warranted as the area's certified LCP is developed. Every beachfront project in Sunset Beach approved since has been consistent with that standard. As stated on this slide, each CDP required or proposed a 5-foot seaward setback at all levels. The applicant disagrees with Special Condition 1, but staff's recommendation remains consistent with the Coastal Act and established practice of a 5-foot setback at all levels. Next slide, please. Since publication of the staff report, staff received 1 letter from the applicant in opposition to Special Condition 1. These have been posted as correspondence on the Commission's website. There is an addendum responding to these comments and adding an exhibit to the staff report. The comments raised have been addressed in the staff report additionally. Staff recommends approval of CDP application 525-0847 with conditions. The motion to adopt the staff recommendation is found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Unagi. I will turn, ex parte. No. Okay. Thank you. We'll get there. Appreciate it. Any ex partes? Nope. Okay. Then we're going to open the public hearing and I'll turn it over to you, Galen.
Thank you.
Please.
We have 3 individuals in the room. Looks like Kevin and Catherine Vung, and then Ann Ha. You guys can approach the podium, please.
Please come forward if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, Kevin Vung.
You each will have 2 minutes, or if you have a joint presentation, just come on up and let us know how much time you'd like. Which is the online speaker's name? Oh,
Okay,
you mean all of the online speakers first? Sure.
Okay, we'll move to Zoom. Give us just 1 sec. Okay, in the webinar, we're going to start with Tom Aceta, Anthony No, and Sean Wang. So Tom Aceta, we promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute your microphone and go ahead, please. Tom Aceta. Okay. We'll come back to you promoting Anthony No. All right, Anthony, you've been moved in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute your mic and go ahead.
Hi, this is Anthony No. How you guys doing today?
Please go
You
ahead.
guys hear me? Okay. So I live in Sunset Beach for the last 6 years on the A side, and I've noticed that the 5-seat setback that was you mentioned, and I believe that it's possible if we could do the setback and have the second, third floor overrise on top of that? Or do you have to set the whole house back?
Please continue with your comment.
So my comment was to see if we could set back 5 feet, but the second, third floor be pushed over onto the property line. Because all the other houses are like that.
Thank you, sir. We don't answer questions directly in public comment. If you'd like to continue, you have about a minute left, or we can move on.
Okay. But my thing is that, you know, Sunset Beach has always been like that. So I would love if we could not have the setback if possible. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sean Wang. Sean's on a phone. You should be able to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Sean Wang. I want to support the project to design the second, third floor over the first floor southwest setback. And try to and hope that you can approve for that second exception, because you have one exception back in 2018 for the other property to have the same second, third floor over the first floor for setback in. Property address is 16351 South Pacific Avenue. So that's pretty much.
Okay, Mr. Wang. We're going to try Tom Aceta again. Tom?
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, Tom Aceta. Thank you for listening to me. I've approved the plan. I've looked at it. If you walk up and down the beach, there's very many properties that do have the overhang. It doesn't make the house look like a box. And this architecture is just a lot more beautiful property. I mean, isn't that what we want in the city? Or do we want big boxes? That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aceta. And then we have Francine Aceta. Not sure if you're using another device. So Francine Aceta, if you can raise your hand. And then one last call for Victor Wu, if you can raise your hand. All right, seeing nothing, we'll move back to the room. Looks like we have, I believe he wanted to go with Kevin Vung first, and then Anha, the architect, and then Catherine Vung. So Kevin Vung, please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. So we'll do Anha, is that correct? Okay, Anha. Go ahead and tap the button.
Hello. Yeah, does it work? All right. Hi everyone. Today, I drive all the way back to Orange County to meet in person. To share the story about the design, and then the missing, information about the project. So first, when I get the project in, right, I'm design and follow the city code about the setback, all kind of stuff, and until we get approved, stamp, and we send the project to Coastal to one more check to push the project to public hearing, and then now we find out we need to have 5 feet setback all the way. The rear setback from the building's rear setback all the way to all the way up. So we lost 5 feet. So the property is so small, and 5 feet time to entire the width of the building, we lost about 200 square feet, and then time 3 story, we almost 1,000 square feet, and make this lot really small. First, it was small. Second, it was about the consistent with the neighbors. So all the neighbor there look like all the house built is on the 5 feet setback. Now we are in the K, so it hurt our feeling because from beginning we don't have any info about 5 feet setback. Now the project pushed back all the way to, all the way. So the photo show the project at the neighbor 5 feet setback from the first floor, and then the second floor they put back, right on the property. So couple, reason to debate the project about maintain the beach and then maintain the property. I don't think that is the key to make, maintain the project just because 5 feet setback. And the other thing is, all the area is built. That means two things affect the whoever, get to the area is whoever buy the property. So let's say, they already built 5 feet. So mean whoever get the new house to get the 5 feet setback. So they trigger the new developer, concern, well, we lost almost 1,000 square feet home. So it's not a good way to make the city development by, I don't know, for future. So this is my concern. So I think it's just a lost square foot, and then the look is not
Please
consistent.
finish your thoughts, sir.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you.
All right, and then Mrs. Vu?
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, the honorable commissioners. My name is Catherine, and we are the Vong family. Well, thank you so much for your dedication, your precious time allowing us to speak today. So we like to share with you that our appreciation and our opposition to the staff informal request of the 5 feet setback from the back of the properties. And it's a reason why we oppose it. I asked the lady today, put on your desk the code of Huntington Beach, Sunset Beach building code. As you can see there, we highlight in yellow, right? You see on the beachfront building site, rear setback, none required. So our architect followed the architectural plans, all the code of the city, and got approved and stamped. We submit to the coastal commissioners, and we found out that the staff request informal condition for the 5 feet setback. So we would like to compromise. The first floor, okay, 5 feet setback. The second and the third, we would like it overhang. It's still in our boundary properties. And they have balcony 3 feet on the second or the third floor. Will compromise. Will allow us to do any maintenance, repair that will not interfere or affect any of the public's right-of-ways. So I think our plans is pretty much in compliance, absolutely in compliance with the city code and requirements. And we respectfully request the honorable commissioners override the staff informal condition of 5 feet setback. And this is our family home. We work hard for it. We're looking forward to build beautiful home, and the neighbors absolutely would, benefit from it. And we thank you so much for your time and your considerations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Kevin Vong?
Hello, everyone. This is our dream home in Sunset Beach. And my project, I believe, we met all conditions, informal or formal. The staff concerned mainly about the public right-of-way. So I'll explain that. The first floor we agreed to setback, and at the 5 feet we maintain the first level. The second and third floor we would like to overhang, and we also have a balcony. That balcony serves to maintain the second and third floor. So by those conditions, I think it's all met for the formal and informal. I want to add just something about the negative 5 foot setback of the first floor. Reason number one, the first 5 feet because this is beachfront property. Public can stay in my 5 feet of the property. For example, I go to sleep. We go to sleep. Next day, we find one person in front of our 5 feet property. Of course, as a homeowner, we don't like it, right? It could be confrontations down the road. Okay, down the road. That point will create down the road problem for us. You know, so this is the negative of request for 5 feet setback to the first floor. So I'd like the order commissioner, please look into our concern and our request. Even though we know that will be problem down the road, I don't mind. I want to solve it nicely with whoever at a specific time. Conclusion, please look into our request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you, ma'am. Your time is over. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will close the public. Yeah, closing the public hearing. Thank you. Galen, is there another speaker?
We can go back to the ones that we couldn't find before that were online.
Sure. Let's see
Okay.
if we can find him.
I believe we're discussing Francine and Seta. I'll promote her to a panelist. Okay. Francine, you should be rejoining as a panelist, and you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Francine and Seta, you've been promoted to a panelist. If you can hear me, you should be able to unmute yourself and go ahead. Does not appear that she's able to do so.
Okay, thank you very much for trying. Appreciate it.
No more speakers.
With that, we will close the public hearing and I'll return to our staff for their response. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I will begin the response and then Carl will add some additional comments. First, responding to the comments regarding that the 0-foot setback on the second and third floors will have no impact on public right-of-way. As discussed in the presentation, as the beach narrows with sea level rise, upper floor balconies built to the property line will sit directly adjacent to an increasingly limited public beach. And that proximity crowds public use even if the applicant never sets foot on the sand to maintain them. Responding to the precedent of the photo that they included, it's regarding a project that was passed in 2018, which was one of the first CDPs passed with the 5-foot setback. During that commission hearing, they discussed and came to the decision that they would allow a 0-foot setback at the second and third floors because it was the beginning of a new status quo or standard in the area. And ever since then, the precedent has maintained that there's been a 5-foot setback at all levels. And then finally, to respond to the arguments claim that, or to the applicant's claim that because the Sunset Beach specific plan does not require a 5-foot setback, that special condition 1 lacks a statutory basis. The Sunset Beach specific plan is not a part of the certified LCP of the city of Huntington Beach. And in its absence, Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act is the standard of review. And this 5-foot setback at all levels is derived directly from the public access policies of the Coastal Act. And as explained, it is further supported by the recent precedent. Yeah, if Carl has any more additional comments.
Thank you. So with regard to the Sunset Beach specific plan, I'd just point out, it is a fairly old plan. And one of the reasons it hasn't been recertified for Huntington Beach is because of that. It needs to be updated, and this setback issue was one of the major reasons why it needs to be updated. It doesn't address sea level rise issues the way we do today. So that's certainly one of the main concerns that needs to be addressed in the ultimate update. There were some comments that this was a small property, and doing this kind of setback is a concern. I'd point out this proposal on this lot. You have a 2,260 square foot residence on part of the lot. In addition, and this is the structure we're talking about, it's nearly a 5,000 square foot structure that we're talking about. So from our standpoint, we think there is some room there to accommodate this very minimal 5-foot setback on all levels, if they want the kind of articulation that they're seeking, for architectural appearance. And then ultimately with this setback, yes, there are many structures that are developed with the zero setback. Our expectation is that with redevelopment over time, that all the structures will conform to at least this minimum 5-foot setback. There may be even larger setbacks in the future considered, but at this point, we're sticking with the 5-foot. So I think that's all I have. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you to everyone. Appreciate it. With that, I'll return to the commission, and I've got a list going here, so I'll start with Commissioner Kalmick. Comments, questions?
Thank you so much, Chair. I have a couple questions for staff just to kind of clarify. When Huntington Beach annexed Sunset Beach from the county, there was a large, I think, push to try to get the coastal program certified. I think it really came down to what you mentioned, but I think also the encroachment issue was also a very large issue for multiple properties down there, of which I believe this property is currently having an issue with, which will be remediated through this permit. I think the front page of the Sunset Beach specific plan actually states that this is not a certified specific plan for coastal, and that city staff should have made the applicant well aware that you're going to have to go to and talk to the Coastal Commission in order to get this certified. Two, I think, questions there is, in the last draft that the city presented for attempted certification, which would have been years ago, and other similar situations where you have property sitting on the sand as opposed to having a concrete path or some sort of public road between. This 5-foot setback that we're kind of attempting to do is pretty standard, in your opinion?
In my opinion, is that fairly standard? Yes. Okay. Whether or not the city actually incorporated that in drafts, I'm uncertain. It's been unfortunately a very long time since I've had a look at that.
So then to the second and third floor setbacks. I understand the first floor, you walk out, you're not walking on public property. You've got a little bit of, and I think in the staff report discusses that. But if you just go a little bit more detail into the second and third floor, assuming that the second floor setback would start at probably 10 or 12 feet. If there was zero setback for the second and third floor, they would be 10 feet above that 5-foot. So if you go a little more detail as to how that helps public access and future sea level rise, just to kind of help folks at home understand.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So in several commission adopted staff reports and findings, there have been findings that talk about how important it is for maintaining a property. So at the second and third level, if there's a 0-foot setback, when you go to wash your windows or repaint your home, things like that, you are in a position where you have to encroach into a public space in order to repair and maintain your home. And so that's also another concern we have with the 0-foot setback on the upper floors.
So having scaffolding up for 3 months or something, if you're doing a major repair, you have a leak in your window, you're now sitting that scaffolding in the public right of way.
Yeah.
I would also add that as the beach narrows, the public is not very likely to walk right in front of a home with with the balcony right above when that is actually public property. So having a little bit of a buffer allows the public to actually enjoy all of the public beach, even if it's 10 feet above.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and I think to note too that this is a very large, two large buildings, I should say, that replacing something on small, and it is on a corner, right? So there is also a street that runs parallel to this. So yeah, I mean, I think that it's kind of an unfortunate circumstance that Huntington Beach still hasn't certified this, and so we still end up with kind of some ambiguity. But I think that staff has really laid out a history of conditions, that this is not capricious. This is definitely something that there is a history of, made a determination, and this is kind of what we're doing going forward. And there's several examples of other properties that have been asked to meet these setbacks. So I think that this, like contemplating like, well, what if we did, balconies in the setback? I think staff laid out, I think perfectly, that if you have to do maintenance and you're going to require an encroachment, and it's not just an encroachment like on a street for a little bit or on a sidewalk, it's encroachment into coastal resources. So those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Preciado.
Yeah, my questions are very similar, and so I while I appreciate that during window washing or even a small improvement, I'm still wrestling with the loss of public space from a overhang. And so can you walk me through the engineering here? How does the public, do they walk 20 feet high and knock into this thing, or?
No,
Excuse me, sir.
Just to reiterate, if you're walking on the beach and you get relatively close to someone's home, then you are not likely to walk right next to their home, right? And if the home is hanging to the 0-foot setback, even if it's above, yes, you're not walking 10, 20 feet up, but you're not going to walk right up to that home when it extends that far, because it's clear that that's where it's extending. So the commission has made findings in the past that have withstood legal challenge about the importance of having some distance between the edge of a home and the beginning of public access on a beach, so that the public does actually use the entire area to which they're entitled.
So just to clarify, because I see that we have in the public beach side of this property, we're requiring them to remove any, shall we say, what is existing there that is in the public beach, and we're requiring more, shall we say, indigenous plants or indigenous to the area and that kind of thing. So I'm just trying to figure out, should they not be required to do anything on the public beach side, since it's Huntington Beach city responsibility or ours? I'm trying to understand both where they have responsibility on the beach and then they are encroaching on the beach if they have an overhang. So which is it? Are they in the beach, and is it a public beach that they're being asked to improve because they're the new owners of the property? Or is it the public beach that maybe a state agency should improve since it's the public beach?
Yes, thank you for that question. So there is a public beach, and it is public space that was previously developed, I guess, by a prior property owner with decks and some encroachments. That was done without the benefit of a coastal development permit. We would not have permitted any decks to extend beyond the property line to go into a public beach area. That is for the sole purpose of public access. In response to that, this applicant has proposed to remove those elements, and we are encouraged that they're doing that. We asked them to propose a landscaping plan. So the native landscaping plan will include species that are appropriate for a beach dune type habitat, which is consistent with this area.
Just to note that they're effectively remediating a violation. And so that's why it's coming from these current applicants because there is a violation and the need is to restore the beach to the way it should have been in the absence of that violation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
A couple things. One is I concur with staff's recommendation based on the history of the site and the whole area. I feel like just because you have other non-conforming structures in the area doesn't mean your new structure has entitlement to non-conform. I think that's something we have to be aware of because it's about a trajectory. And I want to speak to the overhang part of this discussion. And there's when we design sidewalks, typically, unless you have a 6-foot sidewalk, and this I'm just talking about, access where people walk, you might not have a setback for a building or a structure. But when you have something, that is a little bit less than that, you set things back because you want people to feel comfortable in the space that they're walking through. Typically, we call that the shy zone. And so, because people are shy to walk up against a building or an overhang, and the overhang if the overhang is coming to the property line, it will affect whether or not people feel comfortable in approaching that space, especially if people are on balconies and looking over the balconies and doing all, having activities that is a conflict zone from a comfort level for the public. So from my perspective, these are minimal setbacks. I would prefer bigger setbacks than this in general if you're trying to account for that. But I want to also just go to the part about what it is existing and what's being proposed. Right now there's about 2,000 square feet of livable space, and what is being proposed is about 8,000 square feet of livable space being built. So I don't, the idea that there's a significant amount of loss that would occur in terms of the setback, I don't think, from my perspective, it's not significant. I mean, I get square foot value in these very high value locations, but where what's happening is the replacement of 4 1,000 square foot units with 2 units. One is, I think, 4,900 square feet. The other one's 22, a bit more than that, and then a couple of pretty small ADUs. So it's a pretty functional shift, but again, it's a pretty significant square footage improvement, and from my perspective, I think if the applicant wants to have more architectural layers to that, there's room for them to do that within the parameters that the staff has put forward. And so for that reason, I support the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Just made the statement that I was going to make. And I just want to thank the staff for, I thought that was a very thorough discussion of the issue and why this is important. So I support staff's on this.
Commissioner Kelly?
I just want to echo those comments as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion because I was with Jose a couple of minutes ago in terms of not fully understanding the extent, my own ignorance. So my friend Commissioner Kelly clarified for me. But just to make sure I'm clear and to articulate this, at the end of the day, what the applicant is proposing would include an overhang that extends over the public space.
No, it would extend to the very edge of their property.
Please be quiet.
Okay, it's their property line.
Yeah.
It's the property line between public beach and their private property.
The property line between the public beach and their property. Okay, so back to the sidewalk example that Commissioner Wilson discussed. All right, if I'm walking down the sidewalk, there's a setback. Mm-hmm. My house. it's set back, and I've got a balcony. All of that is on my property, my balcony and everything. But there's some homes that have a balcony that extend over the setback. It's still on that said property, does not extend into the sidewalk. That's not what they're proposing. Is that what they're asking for?
That is what they're proposing, and what the staff recommendation would be to pull all floors of the house back 5 feet. Setback from the public beach.
Okay, so if the first floor is set back and the other floors are not, if they're staggered, but do not extend into the public space, then what am I missing?
I think it goes to the sort of the shy zone, to borrow Commissioner Wilson's terminology. And it's especially important when there is not a sidewalk, because at least when there's a sidewalk, you know sort of the edge of the sidewalk. And even when there are sidewalks, many jurisdictions require a setback so that the public doesn't feel like they're walking right, on someone's property. I think when it's public beach, it's even more important because there's a less clear delineation. And I mean, they could put, if they got a permit, put a fence up to something unobtrusive to make that delineation, but you're still unlikely to walk right up next to the edge of someone's home, even when it's the balcony that's on the property line, because and as the beach narrows, there's going to be less beach, and so you are effectively narrowing it further on the private property side by making it a space that the public is unwilling to enter.
If I may, through the chair, one thing that Commissioner Jackson, there's that part of it, but there's also what was brought up before, which is the maintenance part. So if your balcony is up to the property line, and these are fairly corrosive environments, right, and you have to replace windows or whatever those things are, then you have to get ladders or scaffolding or whatever that is, and that will be in the public right away. You see what I'm saying?
I understand that. That happens everywhere.
Yep.
Anywhere where properties abut public space, there are permits that are required to put scaffolding in and
right. And what I'm saying is, I'm just saying as a planner, you're moving towards conformance to something that doesn't require those permits, doesn't have to require the city to go through those processes. Let's just simplifies everything when you have the appropriate setbacks to be able to do that maintenance work and not have to make those adjustments every time. And again, I think what was said here before was also, this is a beach, not a sidewalk. We're protecting something different than in typical space. I'm sorry to sort of have a back and forth.
No, I appreciate it through the chair.
You and I,
I appreciate the discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
Okay, thank you. All right, Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks. I move the commission approve coastal development permit application 5-25-0847, subject to the conditions set forth in the staff recommendation. I'm asking for a yes vote.
Second.
That's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Kelly. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Sorry, Chris has stepped away. I'm calling him right now.
I can call the roll if needed.
Thank you, Ms. Warren.
Sure. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
No.
Preciado, no. Commissioner Nodoff.
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Kalmick.
Yes.
Kalmick, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will break for lunch. If everyone could please be back at 1:10. Commissioners, we're eating here. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. We will continue on with the next item on our agenda. That's item 13, the Deputy Director's report for the San Diego Coast District. Mr. Schwing.
Thank you. So I'll start by reporting an emergency action by the city of Carlsbad to repair a damaged sewer line adjacent to Agua Hedionda Lagoon. Follow-up actions by the city will be determined at a later date on that item. The second item to report is the City of Oceanside's completion of adoption of the LCP amendment with suggested modifications related to their density in their downtown area. Executive directors determined that action is legally adequate and certification can be completed at this time. And last, we're reporting 6 waivers for projects in Solana Beach and San Diego, 1 CDP amendment for a condo conversion in San Diego. There's no known opposition, and we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waivers or the amendment in the report.
Thank you. Any ex partes? Seeing none. Any public comments?
Available for questions only.
Great. Thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objection, the commission concurs. Thank you.
Thank you. So that takes us to item 14B, and this is the City of San Diego's LCP amendment on their De Anza Natural Plan. And Alex Urandi with our San Diego Coast District offices going to do the staff presentation on that. We've got a staff PowerPoint, if we could bring that up. And Alex, please start when you're ready. Thanks.
Thanks. Good day, Commissioners. Before we begin, staff would like to thank the City of San Diego for the tremendous amount of work and collaboration that has gone into the De Anza Natural Planning effort. This amendment reflects years of public engagement and planning. The city's proposed plans lay out an ambitious blueprint for restoring wetlands, improving water quality, expanding public recreation, and providing lower-cost visitor accommodations, with the overall goal of making De Anza Cove into a more resilient, ecologically rich, and publicly accessible part of Mission Bay Park. Next slide, please. The De Anza Natural Land Use Plan would amend the Mission Bay Park Master Plan, which serves as the LUP for the Mission Bay Park segment of the city and was first certified in 1994. However, the city has not obtained full certification of the park to incorporate it into its certified LCP, and Mission Bay Park remains an area of deferred certification under the Coastal Commission's permitting jurisdiction. Commission staff is recommending denial of the LUP amendment as submitted and approval as modified by staff. We want to underscore at the outset that staff is not recommending any fundamental changes to the plan's vision, goals, land use designations, or the major projects contemplated. The core elements of the city's proposal, the habitat restoration framework, the expansion of wetlands, the reconfiguration of lower cost overnight accommodation, the active recreation facilities, and the nature center remain fully intact. Instead, the suggested modifications are focused on ensuring that as this long-term vision moves into future project-level implementation, it does so with clear, enforceable safeguards that meet the requirements of the Coastal Act. The modifications do not alter what the city proposes to build. They clarify how future phases must be studied, designed, and permitted to ensure protection of sensitive habitats, water quality, public access, cultural resources, and resilience to sea level rise. Next slide, please. Mission Bay Park is a regional park in the city of San Diego covering approximately 7 square miles of aquatic and land recreation, attracting over 15 million visitors every year. The subject LCPA addresses approximately 505 acres in the northeastern portion of Mission Bay Park, known as the De Anza Planning Area. Next slide, please. The area covered by the proposed amendment, noted in red, is the greater De Anza Cove area at the northeast corner of Mission Bay Park, bifurcated by the north-south flowing Rose Creek. To the west is the community of Pacific Beach, and to the east, outside the coastal zone, is the community of Claremont. Next slide, please. Currently, the project area encompasses, from west to east and north to south, the Kendall Frost Marsh Reserve Northern Wildlife Preserve, Campland on the Bay, Pacific Beach Tennis Club, McAvoy Athletic Fields, Mission Bay Golf Course, public parking lots and grassy fields, vacated lots of former mobile home park, the Mission Bay RV Resort, and open water recreational areas. Next slide, please. The current Mission Bay Park Master Plan designates the 76 acres located on the De Anza Peninsula in the heart of the project as the De Anza Special Study Area, a flexible planning area in which a number of potential uses, both public and private, can be accommodated under varying intensities and configurations. The existing Mission Bay Park Master Plan's recommendations for the Special Study Area consist of developing overnight accommodations, facilitating hydrologic improvements to safeguard habitat quality, avoiding development detrimental to future adjacent habitat areas, and enhancement of public use, especially along the waterfront. Regarding the RV facilities, the current master plan recommends that overnight RV facilities should remain a part of the use matrix for the area. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment would replace the existing De Anza Special Study Area framework with a new framework identified as De Anza Natural. The slide shows the general land uses proposed for the De Anza area overlaid on an aerial photograph of the existing area. The campland leasehold and adjacent open waters would be converted into salt marsh and mud pan, while the peninsula east of Rose Creek would be reconfigured into a larger overnight accommodation leasehold, new water channels, and recreational wetlands and uplands. The proposed amendment includes recommendations to establish an interpretive nature center, expand natural habitat, improve water quality through grading, channelization, and preserve or expand lower-cost recreational overnight accommodations. Next slide. Mission Bay and Rose Creek are federally listed impacted bodies of water, and water quality on the eastern side of Mission Bay Park is generally worse than the western half due to muted tidal action. To achieve the plan's goals of habitat restoration and water quality improvements, the amendment contemplates substantial grading, dredging, filling, and landform modifications throughout the planning area. Next slide. It is important to note that future projects envision dredging and filling of approximately 102 acres of shoreline and open water area to create wetland habitat, upland habitat, navigation, swimming areas, eelgrass mitigation areas, and associated shoreline features. This would permanently impact the functional eelgrass habitat currently present along the bay bottom and the open water segment of the project area. Furthermore, the amendment includes a proposal to bifurcate the Anza Peninsula with 2 open water channels to divert some of Rose Creek's flow through De Anza and onto Mission Bay in the hopes of improving flushing in the cove and nourishing future recreational wetlands at the tip of the peninsula. Next slide, please. The amendment identifies recreational vehicle camping as a primary low-cost visitor-serving use in the project area and allows associated support facilities including internal roadways, parking areas, markets and restaurants, laundry facilities, recreational amenities, pools, open space areas, and public serving improvements. To facilitate the shifting of overnight accommodation facilities due to the eventual conversion of the existing campland on the bay leasehold west of Rose Creek to wetlands, the amendment would expand the designated RV area on De Anza Peninsula currently serving the Mission Bay RV Resort from its current approximately 30 acres to almost 50 acres. While this would still represent a reduction from the approximately 75 acres providing overnight RV and tent camping currently existing between the 2 leaseholds, it is the result of balancing the various public recreational uses within the smaller development footprint arising from the increased habitat area. Development criteria require public shoreline access, publicly accessible multi-use pathways, and public amenities throughout the low-cost visitor-serving area. Next slide, please. The overall goals and policies of the De Anza Natural Amendment to the Mission Bay Park Master Plan to maintain low-cost open space recreational uses, maintain low-cost overnight accommodation, expand habitat acreage, and improve water quality align closely to the goals and policies of the Coastal Act. However, after review of the amendment as proposed, Commission staff identified several key areas where clear, enforceable language is needed to ensure that when the project-specific components of this amendment come forward for CDPs, the applicable legal and scientific thresholds that must be met to comply with the Coastal Act are clearly communicated. I'd like to walk through the major areas where staff is recommending suggested modifications. The city has raised concern about many of these areas, so I want to take a moment to explain why these categories of modifications are needed and provide brief examples. Next slide, please. The De Anza Amendment proposes extensive habitat creation and restoration, including the conversion of existing open water eelgrass areas and the creation of over 100 acres of new wetlands. Staff strongly supports this, but because these changes affect functioning resources, the plan needs clear policy direction to ensure that project-level proposals avoid or minimize impacts and use methods supported by current science. Suggested modifications include clear limits on habitat conversion and mitigation credit, requirements for adequate setbacks, buffers, and lighting to limit spillover impacts, limitations on permitted uses in wetlands, and performance standards and monitoring of restoration projects. Next slide. Mission Bay is a popular destination for swimming and other water contact activities. The plan proposes significant dredging, filling, and shoreline reshaping and new tidal channels intended to improve circulation and nourish wetlands. Because feasibility studies have not yet been completed, it is essential that future development incorporate clear requirements for water quality protection consistent with sections 30230 and 30231 of the Coastal Act. Thus, suggested modifications require studies demonstrating that the creation of any proposed tidal channel will improve water quality, that water quality monitoring be performed, and low-impact design measures be implemented. In addition, Commission staff is making one minor change to suggested modification number 26. At the suggestion of the San Diego Bird Alliance, staff is adding a prohibition on the use of artificial turf in future development. Thus, suggested modification number 26 shall say, uses of shredded tires or synthetic rubber or artificial turf shall be prohibited. Next slide, please. The plan proposes major earthwork over an area with known cultural sensitivity. Staff suggested modifications simply embed consultation and protection requirements that align with Coastal Act Section 30244 and reflect the requirements the Commission has approved for other San Diego land use plans, including Barrio Logan and Mira Mesa. Next slide. Finally, staff is recommending changes to convert certain advisory policies into mandatory ones. In many places, the amendment uses language like should, encourage, or may, even in sections addressing sensitive habitat, water quality, and sea level rise adaptation. A land use plan is not just a conceptual planning document. It is part of the Certified Local Coastal Program and operates as a regulatory standard under the Coastal Act. Because of this, LUP policies must be clear, enforceable, and directive wherever Chapter 3 requires a specific outcome. Advisory language cannot ensure protection of wetlands, ESHA, water quality, or cultural resources. Next slide. The city has suggested that compulsory language is unnecessary because its land development code already contains mandatory standards. However, the implementation plan must implement the LUP, not the other way around. And the Commission has consistently required mandatory language in LUPs, both because Chapter 3 requires enforceable policy direction and because the IP must directly implement the LUP. Staff suggested modifications replace advisory language with mandatory shall, where enforceability is necessary to carry out the Coastal Act. These edits do not change any of the city's proposed land uses or the physical components of the De Anza Natural Plan. They simply ensure the long-term vision for De Anza is implemented in a way that meets the legal standards of the Coastal Act. These categories reflect the types of policy adjustments staff is recommending. The specific modification language is available if commissioners would like to discuss any of them in detail. The Commission's ecologist and water quality expert are also available to answer questions. Next slide. In conclusion, staff is recommending that the Coastal Commission reject the proposed De Anza Natural LUP amendment as submitted by the City of San Diego and approve the LUP amendment as modified by staff. The motions and resolutions can be found beginning on page 6 of the staff report. There is an addendum to the staff report that responds to the city's comments. This concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you very much. I will turn to my colleagues. Are there any ex partes? Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday I received an email from Mr. Andrew Meyer from Rewald and the San Diego, I forgot what they're called now. What was formerly Audubon Society, my bad. Anyway,
San Diego Bird
Alliance. Thank you. I did not have a chance to, this is the letter that we've all received today. I didn't have a chance to review it via email, but I did glance at it when it was handed out, so it's on the record. And I forwarded it to executive staff. Thank you.
Commissioner Preciado.
It's kind of an ex parte. I met with a representative of the mayor. He indicated a few weeks ago how important it was to see this on a future agenda, which I communicated to Kate, and I guess that's the extent of my ex parte.
Great, thank you very much. With that, we'll open the public hearing, and I will turn to our staff. We'll begin with the local government representative.
We have the applicant.
Yes, local.
Oh, sorry, Kelly Stanko.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Kelly Stonko. I'm the Deputy Director of the Climate Preservation and Public Spaces Division at the City Planning Department, and I am pleased to be here before you today to present the De Anza Natural Amendment to the Mission Bay Park Master Plan.
Ma'am, could I ask you quickly before you begin, how much time will you need?
I was just going to say, I have about 9 minutes for my presentation, a little less.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next slide, please. De Anza Cove is located at the northeast corner of Mission Bay Park, a highly engineered aquatic park developed approximately 75 years ago, and is comprised of approximately 314 acres of land and 191 acres of open water. De Anza is currently home to recreation uses enjoyed by 200,000 users annually, as well as parkland, low-cost visitor accommodations, and sensitive habitat. A variety of recreation groups, visitor-serving businesses, and community-serving organizations operate out of De Anza Cove, serving community members and visitors alike. The City of San Diego shares the concern and commitment of the California Coastal Commission and its staff to ensuring public access to the coast, protecting, enhancing, and restoring wetlands and other sensitive habitats, and protecting and improving water quality through stormwater management and habitat restoration. De Anza was developed with these and other goals in mind, including expanding wetlands, creating an iconic recreation destination, serving a broad range of users, and providing a mix of uses that provide sustainable revenue-generating leaseholds to support the park. Over the course of the 8-year planning effort, the city participated in over 24 workshops and public hearings and conducted online engagement through surveys and information sharing. The adopted plan reflects a carefully negotiated balance of uses that will serve San Diego for decades to come. Next slide, please. De Anza Natural, as unanimously adopted by the San Diego City Council, plans for improved community-serving recreational opportunities that maintains active recreation acreage and offers community-based recreational facilities for our growing population. New low-cost visitor accommodations, providing access to affordable overnight accommodations, camping, boating, and nature across 48.5 acres. And over 260 acres of habitat, including over 140 acres of new wetlands that will provide new habitat, improve water quality, and further the city's climate action and climate resilience goals. Next slide, please. We appreciate our collaborative working relationship with Coastal Commission staff and have come to an agreement on a number of items and proposed modifications. Other suggested modifications are not preferred by the city, and in some instances we find are unnecessary, but in the interest of collaboration, the city is not opposed. Lastly, there remain some proposed modifications that the city opposes and cannot support. These items are addressed in detail in the city's written response, and I want to touch on some of the key items in this presentation. First is prematurely excluding options that merit further evaluation and public discussion. Key among these is the realignment of the pedestrian and bicycle pathway. De Anza Natural is a plan with many goals and objectives, and a key one is improving mobility connections as well as safety of pedestrians and cyclists. Precluding any and all impacts to wetlands, regardless of mitigation options and overall net increase in wetlands, effectively eliminates the city's ability to improve pedestrian and cyclist access and safety in this area of the park. The city opposes language that would prohibit impacts to wetlands to facilitate mobility improvements without future analysis of options, impacts, and benefits. Second is excessive sea level rise requirements at this early planning stage. De Anza Natural has been proactively planned to site improvements that are more permanent in nature, such as the more significant low-cost visitor accommodation infrastructure and nature center, out of areas of anticipated sea level rise based on best available science. Requiring these more permanent structures to be designed for disassembly when they have been planned with sea level rise in mind is excessive and unnecessary, and the city opposes such language. Additionally, requiring the entire southern portion of the low-cost visitor accommodations to facilitate marsh migration at this early planning stage prior to development of the general development plan and further public outreach dramatically impacts the provision of low-cost visitor accommodations at the coast without a thoughtful analysis of options and alternatives. Lastly, the city opposes the repetition of regulatory requirements found in federal, state, and local laws and permits, as well as the use of compulsory language in a long-range planning document, which I will address in greater detail in the next slides. The city also opposes the inclusion of regulations and mitigation standards that conflict with the city's existing certified environmental regulations and guidelines. Next slide, please. The Mission Bay Park Master Plan is a long-range planning document that provides a vision and policy framework for future planning and implementation over a 20 to 30-year horizon. A long-range planning document such as the Mission Bay Park Master Plan identifies land uses, balances needs, in this case, recreation, habitat, and public access, and provides policy direction for future implementation. As a long-range park planning document, implementation of De Anza Natural will be followed by a general development plan process, which involves extensive public outreach, development of technical studies, and engagement with state and federal agency partners to refine uses and identify improvements at a more granular level. This is then followed by development of construction documents and obtaining permits from all local, state, and federal agencies. A long-range planning document such as the Mission Bay Park Master Plan does not finalize the project design, include technical studies or permitting, which will occur during and after the general development plan process, include regulations or compulsory language, end public participation in the future of De Anza Co., or end federal and state agency review and permitting. Next slide, please. While it may seem beneficial at best and innocuous at worst to replicate regulations and requirements that originate in other documents, unnecessary repetition of regulatory requirements and policy documents has a variety of downsides. First, as noted on the previous slide, a long-range planning document establishes a vision and policies that support that vision. The policies are then implemented through implementing regulations and permitting. A long-range planning document is not regulatory in nature, and therefore the use of the regulatory language is not appropriate. The city's land development code, which is also certified by the Coastal Commission, is supposed to and does implement the policies in this plan. Incorporating regulatory language into a land use plan sets up conflict with existing certified regulations and possible future changes to local, state, and federal regulations in response to evolving needs, updated science, and improved best practices. It can also result in unnecessary regulatory complexity, confusion, delays, costly litigation, and undesirable outcomes. Additionally, incorporating regulatory language which may be superseded by future federal, state, or local regulatory changes necessitates unnecessary future land use plan amendments, which are costly and an inefficient use of highly limited governmental resources. Lastly, it is simply unnecessary, as implementation of De Anza Natural and any other land use plan is required to comply with all applicable laws and master permits in effect at the time of application. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates how the Mission Bay Park Master Plan and the De Anza Natural Amendment is implemented. Again, the master plan provides that vision and policy framework. That is then refined through the general development plan process, which includes site planning, technical studies, and environmental review. The general development plan is followed by development of the city's capital improvement program, which identifies projects for design and construction based on factors such as need, benefit, and funding availability. Once the CIP is initiated, the city moves into project level review and permitting, including detailed technical studies, construction documents, environmental review, as well as local, state, and federal permitting. That is then followed by construction and post-construction operations and adaptive management. All of this occurs under the umbrella of federal, state, and local laws and permitting, including the regulations, agencies, and permits shown on the right. Next slide, please. To conclude, De Anza Natural reflects years of planning, stakeholder engagement, and collaboration between highly varied stakeholders and users. The plan represents a careful and thoughtful balance between habitat restoration, climate resilience, recreation, public access, and low-cost visitor accommodations, and will serve community members and visitors for decades to come. Certification of the Master Plan Amendment allows the project to advance into future project design, technical studies, permitting, and continued public participation, and allows the city to hopefully take advantage of significant funding opportunities that are currently available. The city remains committed to working collaboratively with the Coastal Commission staff to implement a resilient, publicly accessible, and environmentally responsible future for De Anza, and respectfully request certification of the De Anza Natural Amendment with only the proposed modifications supported by the city. Thank you very much. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have, pardon me, Angela Dang available for questions, and then we have Council President Joe LaCava to speak. Joe LaCava, you've been moved in. You should be able to unmute yourself and, oh, sorry about that. Just one moment. All right, Mr. LaCava.
Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, thank you. Chair Harmon, Commissioners, and staff. I'm City Council President Joe LaCava, and I have the honor of representing District 1 with Anza portion of Mission Bay. As I look back at my time as a council member, The council's unanimous passage of the De Anza Natural Plan stands out as one of my and the city's more significant achievements. The addition of 440 acres of new wetlands and enhancing existing habitat makes the De Anza Natural Plan one of the largest and most impactful environmental projects in San Diego's recent history. Advancing this plan to today's hearing is in large part the result of the decade-long effort by city staff, excuse me, and our environmental and community partners. And no one should be surprised that we came together. This is one of the city's last chance to go big. Whether your interest is habitat restoration, resiliency to sea level rise, climate action plan goals, land acknowledgement, this plan achieves that on a big scale. Now, each stakeholder will tell you they did not get everything they wanted out of this. But at every step in this process over the past decade, we would be introduced to a new stakeholder, from golfers to boaters to T-ballers to so many groups that are uniquely attached to De Anza. Acknowledging these uses with the significance of this land to the Kumeyaay, each group works side by side. We all work to acknowledge the history and those neighborhood uses. The plan before you, I believe, strikes the right balance. I want to thank the Commission for your swift and thorough review and appreciate your consideration of the city's thoughtful responses. As staff has explained, this is just the first step in revitalizing De Anza. In the city's current budget, I was proud to add additional funding for the next planning step. With that allocation with the state grant application we submitted earlier this year, we are committed to implementation. Thank you again for the time this afternoon, and I look forward to bringing your recommendations and approval back to the City Council. Again, thank you.
Okay, moving to members of the public. We have 3 individuals in the room and then about 5 more on Zoom. We'll be starting with Andrew Mayer, Ali Linton, and Sarah Benchcrown. Pardon me. Andrew Mayer, please go ahead.
Turn it on. Thanks very much. My name is Andrew Meyer. I'm the San Diego Bird Alliance, Director of Conservation, and the Rewild Mission Bay Program Manager. I have had the honor and the privilege of pushing for rewilding Mission Bay for several years, and just a fraction of the time that many people in this room, many people in the audience, and many people online and in our coalition and living nearby have been pushing for rewilding Mission Bay. Decades longer than I have. I want to say that Mission Bay has been drastically altered in just the last 75 years. Not a very long time frame when you think about the Kumeyaay connection to this space, this bay. A lot of our coast has the same story as the destruction of habitat and the changes in what's available as Mission Bay does. The Rewild Coalition is created and built and still growing to support science-based and resilient planning to restore tidal wetland habitat in what we now call Mission Bay. We support the great improvements to the De Anza Natural Plan that the Coastal Commission staff has added. They go a long way towards envisioning and ensuring the tidal wetland, water quality, carbon sequestration, recreation benefits, public access restoration that we all need. These improvements are needed to satisfy the long-term goals of the Coastal Act Chapter 3. I have handed out this letter and a beautiful postcard. This is just examples of the coalition organizations, the 101 organizations that are in our coalition, and the literally thousands of signatures, protests, shirts, postcards, signatures that we have had engaging the public with this space and moving them towards supporting the city, pushing the city, getting the city to use our public park as best as possible. I want to particularly bring out the fact that the Coastal Commission staff added that the island that is foreseen as being low-cost visitor accommodation will change as sea levels rise. That's excellent and needed. That low-cost visitor accommodation should stay. It should just move to a different part of the park. Should stay in the park, but move as sea levels rise. The acreage commitment, expanding values that the potential tidal tributary will be evaluated with, and a need for an equitable access plan are also ones that we asked for the plan to be improved with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ali Linton.
I'm really bad at that. Hello, Allison Linton. I am a local Kumeyaay from San Diego County. I just wanted to come and echo what Andrew had said, that we do support the De Anza Natural Plan with the staff's comments. And that's really important to us because we are looking for site-specific plant palettes that are in synchrony with the natural habitat and are culturally relevant. We want to require the city to comply with mitigation requirements to allow for that balance and the harmony. And we would like to echo again that we want to honor the Native community by ensuring a place for future Kumeyaay access and reinstate their traditional practices. Restoring adds cultural value. Without restoration to historic value, there isn't anything of cultural value or accessibility. So I thank you for your time and have a nice day.
Thank you. Next up in the room, we have Sarah Benchicrown. Oh, she's not going to go. Okay. Give us just 1 second to pull up the first 3 Zoom panelists. We'll have Karen Zirk, Leslie Gallegos Stearns, and then Carlos Callado. All right, Karen Zirk, you've been promoted to a panelist. You should be able to unmute and go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Greetings, commissioners. My name is Karen Zirk, and I'm the executive director for the Friends of Rose Creek, a community group that is part of the Rewild Mission Bay Coalition. As most of you know, Rose Creek is the source of freshwater inflows into the Anza Natural Project area. We would like to send our heartfelt thanks to Coastal Commission staff for their hard work and dedication on this project. The Friends of Rose Creek respectfully request the Commission deny the City of San Diego's land use plan amendment for Anza Natural as submitted. However, we ask that you approve the plan with the very important Coastal Commission staff recommended improvements. We are especially appreciative of the sentence in recommendation number 11 that states, this plan anticipates and plans for marsh migration to occur on the proposed Anza Island. We are also grateful for recommendation number 12 that identifies studies that need to be done to support a channel between Rose Creek and Anza Cove. However, it contains a gap. If channel studies conclude the channel will be unfeasible or not have the desired outcome, the plan should identify how freshwater inputs to the wetlands on the east side of the cove will be addressed. In closing, the Friends of Rose Creek strongly support approval of the Anza Natural Plan with the Coastal Commission staff recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Leslie Gallegos Stearns, followed by Carlos Callado, and then Kirsten Northrop. Leslie Gallegos Stearns, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hello, commissioners and staff. My name is Leslie Gallegos Stearns. I am the volunteer and outreach manager for the environmental nonprofit San Diego Coastkeeper, working to protect and restore clean water for everyone in San Diego. As members of the Rewild Coalition, led by the San Diego Bird Alliance, I do want to clarify and state that we support the staff's recommended improvements to the Anza Natural Plan as mentioned in the Rewild Coalition letter that was sent and submitted earlier this week. As one of the staff members managing our Mission Bay Water Quality Monitoring Program and engaging over 500 volunteers and community members since the inception of this program back in September of 2023, we aim to collect valuable scientific data at 10 sites in Mission Bay on a monthly basis. Of these sites, we have Kendall Frost Marsh and Anza Cove as some of the sites that we take water samples and monitor for different parameters and pollutants. Amongst these are stormwater and urban runoff pollutants such as heavy metals like zinc and copper, nutrients including phosphorus and nitrites, and fecal bacteria. That being said, we support the Coastal Commission staff recommendations to the Anza Natural Plan to ensure that we have clean water and equitable access for the years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carlos Callado, followed by Kristen Northrop. Carlos, please go ahead. Mr. Callado? Looks like you've unmuted your microphone. You should be able to go ahead and speak. All right, moving on. We'll come back to you, sir. We have Kristen Northrop. Kristen, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kristen Northup, and I am Policy Advocate for Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, also known as SCRRA. SCRRA was founded in 2008 by a group of surfers dedicated to protecting California's coastal resources. SCRRA is a supporter of Rewild Mission Bay. SCRRA urges the California Coastal Commission to approve the Anza Natural Amendment once the City of San Diego incorporates the Commission's staff recommendations, particularly on the recommendations that more research on project impact and long-term management, strong enforceable protections for habitat, water quality, and monitoring, adaptive management, and meaningful and ongoing involvement of Native American communities in planning and cultural resource protection. These recommendations will make the project stronger and help protect Mission Bay's wildlife and natural resources. It will also ensure communities continue to have access to the shoreline. It will help address issues such as stormwater and sea level rise. We encourage the city to incorporate these recommendations and resubmit the Anza Natural Amendment so it can be moved forward as a stronger and more effective plan that reflects our shared commitment to restoring and rewilding Mission Bay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We're going to try Carlos Callado one more time. We've asked you to unmute your microphone. You're unmuted. You should be able to go ahead. We're not hearing anything. We're going to call one more name that we weren't able to find. Charles Riley. If you hear your name, please go ahead and raise your hand so we can find you in the webinar. Okay. We're going to try Carlos one more time as an attendee. We see that you're unmuted. You should be able to speak. We're not hearing anything.
I am speaking.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, please
wonderful.
go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Commissioners. I am Carlos Callado, the Conservation Advocacy Coordinator at the San Diego Bird Alliance, and I just wanted to piggyback on what Andrew and Allie said, and with that, say thank you very much to the Coastal Commission staff and the commissioners here who are listening to us today. We really appreciate the effort that has been put into this project. We also want to thank the city staff for the work they have put in and the collaboration between both agencies. And a special thanks to President LaCava, Council President LaCava, for pushing us all forward with this Anza Natural Plan, Rewilding Mission Bay. And a special shout out to all of the coalition organizers and members and all the volunteers who have pushed Rewild Mission Bay for so many years now. I just wanted to give a special thank you to everyone involved for trying to push this plan forward and make our Mission Bay even more beautiful than it already is. Thank you very much.
Okay, and seeing no hands raised, there are no more speakers. Madam Chair?
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. With that, we'll close the public hearing and return to our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Just briefly, with regard to the city's comments, I would say this is another case where we mostly agree on outcome, just not on process. We recognize that this plan is located within a larger framework of city and state regulations, and project-level implementations will involve additional study and SCRRA and CDP review. But LUPs are the key part of the regulatory structure of the local coastal program, and they must contain enforceable policies where the Coastal Act requires specific outcomes. Having these policies in the certified LCP is what ensures that future implementation plans and permits will include the protections that the Coastal Act mandates. Advisory language cannot achieve that. It's also important to make sure that the plan has language that identifies now that future projects have to be consistent with the wetland, marine resource, and water quality policies of the Coastal Act, to make sure that from the very earliest stages, projects are designed with these requirements in mind. For example, there are options to relocate bikeways in the plan, but it's important to acknowledge that bikeways are not a permitted use in wetlands. Thus, staff continues to recommend the suggested modifications as written in the staff report and the addendum. Staff also appreciates Rewild Coalitions and the Bird Alliance engagement and strong support for the De Anza Natural LCPA. Staff did evaluate each of the suggested additions in the letter. With one exception, the prohibition on artificial turf, which staff has incorporated into our recommendation, we believe that these requests are already addressed in substance through the existing recommended modifications. In several cases, the requested language we do think is overly prescriptive for a long-range LCP amendment. For example, the LUP cannot commit to an exact number or size of wetlands created without specific future technical studies and permit-level design and restoration processes. Similarly, the timeline for implementation of these changes is going to depend on city priorities and budget availability. With regard to one specific comment requesting that the lighting standard in the plan be lowered from 3,000 Kelvin to 2,700 Kelvin, we don't disagree with efforts to further reduce blue light emissions. However, staff psychologist has evaluated lighting standards for other City of San Diego urban park areas and notes that the difference between 3,000 K and 2,700 K is relatively small. The existing modification requires fully shielded, downward facing lighting at 3,000 K or lower, which meets established dark sky criteria and is consistent with the type of product availability for park light fixtures. The staff believes that the current standard adequately protects coastal resources within this urban context, and therefore we're not recommending additional changes. And then again, for these reasons, staff recommends no further changes beyond the addition of the artificial turf, and we think the existing modifications fully address the resource concerns raised by the commenters. We do have our technical staff available for specific questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. With that, I'll bring it back to the commission, and we will begin with Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Today it kind of seems like a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde tightrope as being a San Diego resident, because this morning I was kind of in a state, and now I'm in a very different state. I live about 1.6 miles from this part of the bay, and it actually means a lot. I was introduced to this program, the whole Rewild effort, probably about a dozen years ago, when I had really the privilege and opportunity to work not only with the city, and I think the staff, I know, Alex, you've worked on this also a very long time. I appreciate it. And Council President LaCava and all of those folks who came up today and spoke, had the privilege to work with them. And I mean, this is just such a win for our region, our area. There's really nothing else like I've seen throughout the state in a very urbanized area to sort of come to this. And I just want to say thanks to you, staff, for also making the amendments you did. And I'm fully supportive of where we're at. And because people have flights and need to leave, I'll just end at that. But I'm also happy to make the motion when it's time. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Commissioner Nada.
I just wanted to, I think earlier today, we've seen the importance of having clear direction in land use plans, and so that we have certainty and we have clarity. And the language that staff is recommending in terms of shall versus should, I think provides that type of clarity and certainty, and will hopefully lead to less misinterpretation going forward. So,
thank you. Commissioner O'Malley.
Okay, thank you. I believe there's two motions. First, I move that the commission certify the land use plan amendment number LCP 6 SAN 2400373 for the Mission Bay Park segment of the City of San Diego is submitted, and looking for a no vote.
Thank you. That's a motion by Commissioner O'Malley, a second by Commissioner Preciado. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Hart?
No.
Hart, no. Commissioner Jackson?
No.
Jackson, no. Commissioner Kelly?
No.
Kelly, no. Commissioner Kalmick?
No.
Kalmick, no. Commissioner Nothoff?
No.
Nothoff, no. Commissioner Preciado?
No.
Preciado, no. Commissioner O'Malley?
No.
O'Malley, no. Chair Harmon?
No.
Harmon, no. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Next motion, please.
Okay, I move that the commission certify the land use plan amendment number LCP 6 SAN 2400373 for the Mission Bay Park segment of the city of San Diego is submitted and modified pursuant to the staff recommendation. Looking for a yes vote, please.
Thank you. That's a motion by Commissioner O'Malley, a second by Commissioner Preciado. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to our final item of the day. That's item 16A, please.
All right, and give us just a minute to swap staff out here. Yeah. And while we're getting situated here, there is a staff PowerPoint presentation, if we could bring that up. And then Alana Casey with our mapping unit is going to do the staff presentation on this matter. So as soon as she's settled, she'll start.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Item 16A is the post-LCP certification permit and appeal jurisdiction map, or post-cert map, for the Mission Beach and Pacific Beach segments of the City of San Diego Local Coastal Program. The maps show jurisdictional boundaries where the Commission retains coastal development permit authority and where that authority was delegated to the City of San Diego. Next slide, please. The two maps before you today depict where the Commission retains permit authority, as well geographic appeal jurisdiction applies. The City of San Diego LCP became effective in 1988. However, only one of the 12 LCP segments in the city currently has a Commission-certified map. The maps presented today do not create new policies or regulations. They serve one purpose: to show where the Coastal Commission retains coastal development permit authority and where local coastal permits are appealable to the Commission as established by the Coastal Act and applied to on-the-ground conditions. These maps are not intended to assess whether projects comply with relevant policies. The maps presented today were drafted using modern GIS datasets, high-resolution imagery, and standardized mapping protocols that improve the clarity and accuracy of Commission jurisdictional boundaries statewide. Commission and city staff worked collaboratively to develop and ground truth the data. In addition to the maps as shown in the exhibits, upon adoption, the digital data will be provided to the city to incorporate into their own GIS systems and tools. Next slide, please. On the Mission and Pacific Beach post-cert maps, areas where the Commission retains permit jurisdiction are shown in blue diagonal lines. Areas where coastal development decisions made by the city can be appealed based on geographic proximity to critical coastal resources are shown in pink. The line color along the outside of the pink appeal areas indicates why the area is appealable to the Commission. In Pacific Beach, geographic appeal jurisdiction is based on one of three factors. Areas geographically seaward of the route defined as the first public road are indicated with a black border. Areas 300 feet from the inland extent of beach are indicated with a pink border. And areas 300 feet from the edge of the coastal bluff are indicated with an orange border. The entirety of the Mission Beach segment is appealable to the Commission because it is seaward of the route designated as the first public road. Projects within 100 feet of wetlands and streams are also appealable to the Commission. However, neither the presence of streams nor wetlands is the controlling geographic appeal criteria in the Mission or Pacific Beach segments based on data available at the time of mapping. Next slide, please. Since the City of San Diego LCP became effective in 1988, various draft post-cert maps have been developed and used by district office and city staff to interpret Commission coastal development permit jurisdiction. In the decades since, conditions on the ground may have changed, and reference information to accurately map coastal retained permit and appeal jurisdiction has become more available and precise. The maps considered for adoption today have been updated with recent aerial imagery, improved access to historic photos, and better elevation data. This allows mapped boundaries to more clearly and accurately reflect current coastal conditions. Next slide, please. In summary, staff recommends adoption of MA 2026-003 as presented. The updated maps improve the clarity of commission jurisdiction boundaries and support more efficient and consistent permitting and planning for the city, public, and district office staff. The motion and resolution are provided on page 4 of the staff report. This concludes staff presentation. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any ex partes? Okay. Galen and Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
We have one individual available for questions, and we have one person on Zoom, Jeffrey Rosen. Jeffrey, you've been promoted to a panelist. You should be able to go ahead and speak. Jeffrey, you should be able to unmute your microphone and go ahead.
Here we go. We start again? Go. Are we ready?
We are.
Okay, cool. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Jeffrey Rosen, representing Defend Coastal Access. We reviewed staff's August 10th addendum for item F16A. While staff notes that post-certification maps depict statutory boundaries, the fact remains the Turquoise Street public right-of-way sits entirely within the map coastal zone, as noted in item F16A Exhibit 3. Within that map coastal zone right-of-way, the city is clearing off-site wet utility trenching, subterranean shoring and tiebacks, as well as curb and sidewalk encroachments through ministerial process 1 approvals without coastal development permit review. This creates a significant physical and operational disruption along an artery carrying more than 14,000 vehicles daily toward the Tourmaline Surf Park, and therefore is not merely a private concern. On July 16th, we submitted a detailed enforcement demand supported by city plans and exhibits to Executive Director Hucklebridge. We subsequently submitted a focus Executive Directory boundary clarification request and a July 29th map review demand, and none of these have received a substantive response from the Executive Director. On August 3rd, San Diego's Assistant Development Services Director, Keely Halsey, deferred us to the Commission and directed our attention to item F16A. The addendum in response to our request now confirms that these project-level right-of-way impacts must be addressed through coastal development permit review and enforcement. This is therefore our 4th request. We ask Executive Director Hucklebridge to investigate, and if the criteria are satisfied, issue a cease and desist order under Public Resources Code 30809, directing the City of San Diego to halt unpermitted development within the Turquoise Street public right-of-way and pursue any necessary longer-term proceeding before the Commission under 30810. In this respect, we would request a substantive written response and not another referral to an inappropriate private application process. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. We have one individual we've been unable to find in the webinar, Cynthia Chanda. Cynthia, if you can hear me, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, there are no more speakers. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll close the public hearing and return to our staff. Mr. Schwing, if you... No? Okay.
In terms of the comments that we heard, they did not relate to the matter that's before you today. So I'll just hold my comments there.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, to my colleagues, comments, questions, or a motion? Thanks, Commissioner
Okay.
O'Malley.
Yes, I move that the Commission adopt mapping number 2026003 pursuant to the staff recommendation. Looking for a yes vote.
I'll second that. That's a motion by Commissioner O'Malley. I seconded. Any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing no objection, the motion carries. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to the City of Scotts Valley. Thank you, of course, to our staff for their excellent work. And AGP, you guys are amazing. We appreciate you. And we'll see everybody next month in Eureka. This meeting's adjourned.
Yay, good job.
Adjourned.